Hi, everyone. Thanks for coming back. This will be Ken Shoulders number 36. And today we have a very, very, very special guest. In fact, a legend in the free energy community. We have Moray King. So, hello, Moray. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. And someone told me I'm a legend in my own mind.
Well, you're definitely a legend in the free energy community. There's no question about it. Because what we're going to do today is we're going to read through. We've already done three chapters of out of this book here, and we're going to read through. Carmen's actually going to read through one of the last chapters that I had picked out, and it's all got to do with charge clusters. So I have a question for you, Moray. Did you ever meet Ken Shoulders?
I did.
Oh my
I
God.
slept at his house and he slept at my house.
No
We were we
way.
we, we were friends.
That is so cool. So did you ever know about Chris Beskar? Had you ever heard about Stavati Aerospace?
That was a person's name, Chris Estar.
Chris
Was a
Beskar.
person.
With a
Yeah.
Okay,
P.
that name does not sound familiar to me.
Okay. I'll
Okay,
I'll kind of explain. So I had a live stream with John Hutchison. I know John Hutchison, and John also knew Ken Shoulders very well, just like you did. And what it ended up being is Stavati Aerospace is much like Lockheed Skunk Works. You know, Kelly Johnson, he was the head of Lockheed Skunk Works, and he found Area 51 and had the facility built. He built the U 2 spy plane, the SR 71. Well, Chris Beskar was mentored by Kelly Johnson when he was at Area 51, because Chris spent a bunch of time at Area 51 with a guy named Pete Peterson. And when they were at Area 51, they developed the technology of charge clusters, creating free energy devices and anti gravity in the classified realm. So, what ended up happening in sort of September, October of 2021, I was always in contact with David Wilcock, and he's quite well known for other things, but he's the director of advanced technology at Stavati. And I was kind of the person that brought Stavati to the public, because Stavati is, for almost 30 years, has been secret, and they've done all kinds of classified programs. And so when I had a Zoom call with David Wilcock, the very next day, I actually posted the theory of anti-gravity on the Stavati's forum with David Wilcock, according to Subquantum Kinetics and Paul Laviolette. And then eventually I met Chris Beskar. He's the CEO of Stavati Aerospace. And he, like I said, was mentored by Kelly Johnson and worked with Pete Peterson at Area 51. And eventually I started interviewing him, and I interviewed him 5 times. And we actually had him, just like you're here with us today, we actually had Chris Beskar in this Sunday group with us one day as well, too. So what it is Ken Shoulders and Chris Beskar were in a business arrangement to use the Shoulders patents for the technology at Stavati Aerospace. So there's a connection there, but nobody knew about it because it was all classified, and nobody knew about Chris until I brought him out to the public. So that's sort of the connections with all of that. And he actually mentioned your name in one of the interviews. He even told us that you were going to be at one of the conferences that you went to. I don't remember which one it was, but so that's kind of the story about Stavati Aerospace. So it's what I always say is Stavati Aerospace is like Lockheed Skunk Works was, but on steroids, because they're doing stuff. There's a lot of classified stuff that I can't talk about, but they've done a lot of really cool things. Yeah. So maybe eventually we could maybe get you to meet Chris in one of these meetings. Actually, that'd be kind of cool.
Well, right. So I don't know him. I wonder when they do class participate in classified stuff and how much they're at liberty to discuss what's classified. So that seems to be a contradiction. Wouldn't they get into trouble
Well,
for exposing information?
yeah. What basically happened is the Pius patents came out in 2019 through the Navy, right? And although it's not really connected, but the Navy has sort of said, okay, you guys can let out free energy information. And because Stavati is the most premier aerospace company in the world, hands down, they're the ones that are going to do it, but they've got a military projects over here, and now they're starting civilian projects. So Chris recently got funding. He wants to build an airliner, kind of like the 737, and hover cars, which we use anti-gravity. And he just got $4 billion in funding to do that not long
For
ago. In fact,
conventional
that's the
aircraft. Yeah.
fifth interview, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it'd be really cool to actually get you guys to meet, because even John Hutchison did not know about Chris Beskar, even, because it was all classified. So I'm kind of the one to bring everybody out and say, this is Chris. So knowing Ken Shoulders and talking to Chris, that would be really cool. So maybe we can make that happen at some point.
And so how well did he know Ken? Were they
Very,
friends?
very well. They were in a business partnership together to use all of Ken Shoulders' patents for Stavati's technology. So very, very well, in fact. Yeah. Yeah, he's talked about him a lot. As a matter of fact, what's going to happen in the future here is I'm going to get John Hutchison and Chris Beskar together on my Technology Envoy channel so that we can talk about everything that I've kind of discussed, because they've never met each other. And John didn't know about Chris either. Even though John worked for DARPA, John was actually brought in personally by Ronald Reagan for the Star Wars program, SDI. It was called Strategic Defense Initiative. And he has shared a whole bunch of stuff with me, including putting me in contact with the guy named Peter, who is the chief officer at the Pentagon for Advanced Technology. And it's one of John Hutchison's friends, right? So I got his contact information now. And yeah.
So this puzzles me. I do have a question. Now, if this group, Chris is participating with a classified group, they do classified projects, correct?
Well, he's the CEO of Stavati Aerospace. So yeah, they do classified stuff, and now they're starting to do civilian stuff.
Now they have permission to have civilian stuff out there. Do they want humanity to make the discovery of let's say 0 point energy? Is
Absolutely.
that they want that?
Absolutely. That is the key. And so this group essentially,
Let me ask a question then. If that's the answer is yes.
yeah,
So it seems like they could, since they've already have it, right? They have
they
devices,
do.
et cetera. So why can't they share a very simple experiment that people, universities, or even garage guys can do
Yeah,
to prove it? Because to change a scientific paradigm
yeah,
requires an experiment. And do they really want to trigger the world? Let's say every university, or even better, every garage guy could do a very simple experiment
yeah,
and show, yes, I have excess energy here. I can now make a little device to tap it.
yeah,
And it seems if they have such capability and they really want to share it, it would be a simple matter of sharing those details to make a success out of like our group, right? We
yeah,
have a very interested group and get a repeating experiment, because what
yeah,
changes the scientific paradigm is the repeating experiment. And
yeah,
that's what's really missing from the field. That's why I cannot enter standard science, because they correctly, those who can't believe it, correctly say, where is your experiment to prove it? Because you're claiming an out of paradigm
yeah,
technology or capability with an experiment. We need to be able to repeat the experiment too. And I
yeah,
completely agree with them. So the disconnect is, I have $4 billion to develop hovercraft or whatever, but develop advanced technology, and that's for our company to do and not you. And we're completely violating the paradigm as believed by most of academia, right? Their
yeah,
belief system,
yeah.
without doing anything to provide them with the experiment that would change their belief.
I think
And so
that's
that's my disconnect.
yeah, and I think that's actually part of what this group is doing here. Is what basically happened was Chris Beskar gave me all of Ken Shoulders' research, and we're on Ken Shoulders number 36 today, which we're going to go through some of your stuff. But everything is all about charge clusters. So and I do have over 10 hours of video with Chris Beskar and David Wilcock talking about things there even could be an experiment right in there that I've kind of forgot about because it was 4 years ago. I can go back and look at things, but you're absolutely right. There needs to be something simple to show the world that this is the real deal.
Allow if they're allowed
more
to
than
show it. I mean, people have done experiments, but can they? Would they be given the
It,
airtime to show,
it,
or
well,
would they be given permission by the university to repeat the experiment, or don't they want to look at the anyway?
well, it will happen because, as a matter of fact, in the Starburst group here, we had a meeting on Friday, and we have these humanitarian projects, and the project that I have is we're going to be creating a workshop or a machine shop for building free energy devices with all the stuff that I've worked
I
with
think
in the
partly
past.
it's political.
But
A certain amount of it's
yeah,
political. So when the
but
politics is better, then
yeah, but I'll finish, and then you can go, Carmen. But what's going on is Theo, who's a physicist and teaches over in Germany at a university. On Friday, we conceived a research facility for EVOs for him to work with, and an institute to teach subquantum kinetics and all of this stuff with free energy. So I would almost say that we're actually going to create the first institute where this stuff can be taught. But that experiment will come out of this group. I can almost guarantee it. Yeah. And with your help, especially.
well, go ahead, Carmen.
I just wanted to mention, I think you were recently at the Tesla Tech conference with Bob Grenier. You met Bob Grenier
I
from
did.
the Martin Fleischmann Memorial Research Project.
It was wonderful.
Yes,
I learned so much from him.
Yeah.
yes, he's excellent. He, in fact, spent a week here at my home with right before Christmas with Gene Manning and Paul Harris. I kind of brought together a little free energy meeting of the minds here in Penticton because we've always had a little local bunch here in the northern British Columbia area. And Gene Manning is in close proximity to me, and we've remained friends all these years.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember, Moray, but Gene Manning started out in this field because she used to come and visit my parents. And then she met Dr. Shafranki, Rolf Shafranki, who wrote the book Ether Technology. Rho Sigma wrote under the pseudonym Rho Sigma.
Yeah.
And Rolf and my dad had, of course, a very close relationship for many years and
Mhm.
much correspondence, like volumes of correspondence between Rolf and my father, so many people, of course. But
Wow.
I'm just trying to keep this archive of information going. And the point I wanted to make was that I do believe that Bob has published some experiments that the layperson can do with a little uh, sorry, the word's not coming to me again. The eyeglass cleaner, the ultrasonic eyeglass
Oh
cleaner,
yeah. Yeah.
and then he produces solitons or evos in the aluminum foil. And so anybody can reproduce that and see that there is an excess of information, see the transmutation happening. So I just wanted to mention that they're starting to come. And as a side note, I know you know that my dad was always working on magnet motor technology himself, the odd and even 16 magnets and 15 stators. And then he had a novel core material. So we had no static position with his odd even rotor stator configuration. So essentially that 175-pound flywheel would start with less than half a volt and would also produce about 35 kW and was all the cores were cold because my dad used his black sand cores,
Yeah.
which kind of trickled out into the industry after my dad passed away. So my
Well,
mom passed away in 1994, and then my dad passed away 10 years later in 2004. And since that time, Maury, I of course had a couple of kids myself, and then I found myself really just I had known so much about this information, but I had no avenue for it. I had contacted Christopher Dunn, the author of the Giza power plant theory, pardon me, and lost technologies of ancient Egypt, and he was building the Leeds Skalnin motor, and so. In a roundabout way, he said, "Well, I'd really love to look at that, but I'm on my way to Egypt." So I ended up working with Chris over the last 10, 15 years, and also with another engineer named Eric Wilson, who ended up contributing another chapter to Chris's most recent book called The Giza Tesla Connection. And Eric Wilson and I worked together with my dad's core material and with reevaluating my dad's original machine in the basement. And we did some non-destructive testing, and I allowed him free access to it after 20 years of my dad being passed away. I'd still had it kind of not, fully assembled, but all the electronics were, of course, obsolete. So we took off all the electronics, we redid all the electronics, and made them more state of the art. And then I allowed Eric to do his own test setup, non-destructive, and he said, "Oh my God, all these questions I've been asking you, you've been giving me the right answers, and now I'm actually seeing it." So he came 6 or 7 times. We had a fully developed pitch deck with a full science advisory board, some of the people you would also know. And then COVID hit, so he wasn't able to travel anymore. And we really lost all of the momentum that we had accumulated. We lost, and
And he was a triple degree
engineer,
engineer that
yeah,
worked for Rolls, was it
Rolls
Rolls-Royce
Royce.
Aerospace, as you did as well, Carmen, you shared with us.
Yeah, I did end up getting a contract working with Rolls Royce too. But the other thing I did want to just circle back to, Moray, that I would really, I would like to help fund the free energy field, my own included. um, I have been trying to keep my dad's technology together. I did spend lots of money trying to have other people replicate my technology. We had Rex Hebert, who had a website called Magnetricity that was doing a replica called the NeoGen. And that was about 20 years ago, 15 years ago. And I kind of brought him into the fold. I moved him from Louisiana to Texas to work with Timothy Martin. And Timothy Martin, after about 10 years, defected to WITS, World Improvement Through Spirit Technology, with Timothy Thrapp. You remember that name, Maury?
What was your dad's name again?
Bill Mueller, the
Okay,
Mueller
yeah,
motor
right.
generator.
That's familiar. And
Right.
and you were presenting on that. Did you present at the Tesla conference, one of the
I
conferences?
didn't make a presentation. I attended and just networked with people at that time.
Yeah.
I didn't make a presentation. That was very fresh after my dad had passed away. I didn't really have more technology to share. I was just still interested in who was still out there. And so, of course, saw you again and some other people. We networked since that time. But I had a really interesting thing happen in my life that has really solidified the fact that I need to work in this field and for Tesla and for free energy. I ended up with Nikola Tesla's very first prototype on a rotating magnetic field, his
Yeah.
first prototype on an induction motor corresponding to his patent 382279, the very first one that replaced 381968, which was where he first submitted. But they said, "Oh, that's too complicated. We want it broken up," and so resubmit it. So that was his first granted patent on a rotating magnetic field. And I have the support of Jim and Ken Coram, Jeff Bahari, Jeff Parisi, so many of the names that are Mark Safer, some other authors that have all said, "Carmen, we believe you have that." And, I've tried to preserve it. I did buy it from Bill Wysock, who was one of the most prolific Tesla coil builders in the past. And he, of course, believed that he had it, and he was doing all of his research, of course, the old way, with index card files and, sending faxes to people asking him if they had this book in their library, if they could copy this particular page. And so now with I put all my research from 15 years into Grok, and it spit it back out and said, "You have the motor that lit the world. This is the find of the century."
It
It
is.
could be worth upwards of $30 million.
I've seen it operating too on my 50th birthday. We got it.
Well, no,
Kind
you're
of.
getting things confused again. It
Yeah.
doesn't operate. It doesn't operate. It's an antique.
Yeah.
Remember what I'm talking about? I'm talking about Nikola Tesla's very first
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
prototype.
No, I'm talking about your dad's machine.
Correct.
He started it. Yeah.
Everybody gets, so that's the thing that you got to stay clear on. I have two different machines. My dad's magnet motor generator,
Yep.
which, is based on a lot of what Tesla learned in building his first alternating current induction motor.
Yeah, the induction part is the important part.
Okay, that's the first two-phase induction motor ever. And we believe that it was given to Professor Anthony by Nikola Tesla in 1889 when he asked for it to present it to the Boston Society of the Arts. And we can't find any documentation about that actual meeting at the Boston Society of the Arts, but I was able to find a letter from the Belgrade Museum stating that it was a letter. I asked for all correspondence between Tesla and Professor Anthony. And Professor Anthony, of course, worked at Cornell and started the very first electrical engineering department at Cornell. And he was the first guy to say, for the first guy that Tesla wanted to show his motors to. And then he said, okay, I'll show you, I'll get you an audience in front of the IEEE. So that's what he did. And that was his famous talk. And he spoke of these two small motors that he made. And so both of them are described, but we believe the one that is also described at the same time in that same talk, there's one that's at the British Museum that is Professor Ayrton's, it was given to Professor Ayrton, and it resides at the British Museum. That is known as Nikola Tesla's first induction motor, except it doesn't correspond to his patent. This one does. And it was found in the right place. It was found at Cornell University. Cornell sold that in what's called Einstein's attic garage sale that they had. So it could be that it got lost over the years. Some people have said that it may be a teaching model, but teaching models were usually stamped as such as a teaching model. This was not. This had some crude reused parts. It had the exact same knife switches as that motor that resides at the British Museum. So all the research I've done is indicative that this is actually the motor that Tesla wound with his assistant Anthony Seghetti, and even Cameron Prince from Tesla Universe would like to. He has apparently a sample of Tesla's DNA, and he would like to test the machine for possible remnants of Tesla's DNA in the coil windings or something. But I would like to try to take this to auction within the next couple of years. I have intended to do so, but a good friend of mine has been very ill for the last 2 years, and I've been literally at his bedside 24/7. So anyways, I've had a little bit of a break now, so I'm able to kind of catch up a little bit and let everybody know I'm still around and I'm still,
Yeah.
trying to get this technology. I'm still trying to help cultivate people and, technologies to bring people together. And I do think that this Tesla prototype that we have, it should really be something that all Tesla researchers now, especially you, Moray, and many others that like Ken and Jim Corum, I'd really like to have them on record in their lifetime to be able to say their thoughts on this. I have it in audio with their permission to share and use in my documentary, but I still have yet to produce that documentary or to do anything for that. In the meantime, I've been trying to find other people, smart people, to replace the brain trust that my father represented. And now I have a couple of guys that were part of Tim American Anti-Gravity, Tim Ventura. He put me together. I put myself together with a couple of members of APEC to take the second iteration of my father's device that I built in my lifetime. I wanted That's the machine I spent 10 years building with Tim Martin and Rex Hebert.
Yeah.
And then when that kind of dissolved, that relationship fell apart. Um, I brought that machine back to Canada, and then I just recently, about in December, I gave it to one of the APEC members, and they were able to get it set up in the exact same testing setup as I did in the basement on my dad's original, and they also had over Unity. And
Yeah.
Ryan, who was also here, Ryan Hopkins is actually quite a expert on my dad's subject matter. And he was able to 3D print a small version of my dad's machine, and just a couple of days ago got it running over Unity as well.
Oh,
So
that's very cool.
Muller Motor is still alive and well. I'm just still trying to give direct information to people who aren't in kindergarten, because we can make more progress that way. And I'm still working daily sort of on this subject. And I would really like to do a little bit more of a push over the coming years to take the Tesla prototype around to some different Tesla meetings again and get people excited
Yeah.
about that, because it really, now it would be such, it would be so timely to bring this subject matter out and say this is Tesla's. I mean, people don't even, people see these electric cars, hear Tesla,
Yeah.
hear the name, and they still think only of Elon Musk, or they don't have a clue who Nikola Tesla was and what he contributed to our way of life today.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
unfair. So I don't want this machine to end up at the Smithsonian. I don't want some Russian oligarch to have it and shelve it and put it away somewhere and just look at it when he wants to look at it. I want it to be where it should be. I don't even think it should be at the Belgrade Museum. I'm not sure where it should be, but I'd like the whole Tesla community to kind of vote on that and to dictate where it should go.
That's amazing, Carmen. And today we've got Carmen who's going to read a chapter of Moray's book. So I just wanted to say to Moray, there's on my, I have a YouTube channel called Technology Envoy. And on that channel, there's some shorts on there. And there's a couple that have quite high numbers. They're in the hundreds. Those are the ones that you should watch, because this is Chris Beskar and David Wilcock talking um, about 4 years ago with these videos that I have, and they're talking about charge clusters and how it all relates back to these pious patents and whatnot. So that's kind of what my channel is all about, Moray. There's some great interviews on there. There's also Dr. James Schwartz on there with Carmen, as a matter of fact. James is probably the most eminent Tesla expert on the planet, and he's got his flex power generator. Have you ever heard of James Schwartz, Moray?
No, but I when you said flex power generator, I said, oh, is that the flux capacitor?
Yeah.
But
Well,
I wanted to record a name. You said the company that the CEO, what was his name
yeah,
again?
his name is Chris Beskar. So it's Beskar. And he's the CEO of Stavati Aerospace.
Stavati.
So it's STAV.
ATTI.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Carmen.
ATT, Stavati Aerospace.
Yeah. And if you write down Technology Envoy, that's my YouTube channel.
Okay, I got that.
There's, I think two of the interviews aren't there, but there's 3 interviews there, plus him being in our group. So there's 4 interviews with Chris there.
So
And
is Chris Beskar still the CEO of Stavati Aerospace?
absolutely he is. And
He's
as a
about
matter of
about my age. I think he's about 54, 53 or something like that.
yeah,
So
and as a matter of fact, I'm going to get him and John Hutchison together on my channel so they can meet each other. And same with you too, because I mean, you know Ken Shoulders, but no one knew about Chris. So it'd be kind of cool for you to actually meet with Chris. So we might be able to make that arrangement. I know that he's talked about you and he would probably love to meet you. So that is something that we could probably do, Moray, for sure.
Right. The question for him is, your company has very advanced classified projects that are presumably successful.
Yeah.
And you have permission to trigger the discovery for humanity to have it.
Yes.
And so, and if they have mature technology that self-runs, he assembles his energy machine,
Yep.
it's not a measurement question anymore when it self-runs. You take your output and close it, close the
Yep.
loop on your
Yep.
stimulating energy. And so he says he has such a device mature enough to be mass produced.
Mm-hmm.
And then so the question is, well, you have that device, whatever it may be, and there can be plenty of different devices.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
know that for using different approaches. So we're looking for the simplest,
Yeah.
right? Because the simplest allows easy replication of an experiment without failure. Because most
Yeah.
people, if they want to flub, they'll fail, but other people will succeed. But if it's too complicated, they can't succeed.
I can explain to you what I know about it. And one of the shorts that I was referring to is going to talk about all of this as well. Um, all of this stuff comes out of the secret space program that the Navy used to run and now is Space Force. And when my father was in the Cuban Missile Crisis, and he was a radar guy, and there's a couple other people in my family and friends connection that were also in the Cuban Missile Crisis at a very high level like that as well. But the I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry about my father. Yeah, Cuban Missile Crisis. So when I graduated with honors from mechanical engineering technology, I was drafted into a special Navy program, which was the secret space program. So I know about a lot of things going on. Plus, I'm very much in contact with 6 people who actually knew William Tompkins personally. And William Tompkins designed the whole secret space program as well. And this is all the classified stuff that has kind of come out. You can actually see over my shoulder, right there, uh, somebody at NASA, a friend of mine at NASA, actually sent me an honorary Space Force emblem back in 2021. And she actually asked me into the astronauts training program, which is kind of funny. I'm a little bit too old for that. But so I've got a lot of military connections, plus being in the military myself. So I ended up being connected with David Wilcock. And when Stavati wanted to come out to the public, I guess I was just the person that was there to connect with. So I've got tons and tons of information, but that it's called the compact fusion reactor. And what I was described, or what was described by me, is it's the size of a basketball. And I've got all kinds of information. I'll get your email. I can send you a whole bunch of information on it, including pictures and a whole bunch of things. But basically, this compact fusion reactor can produce 1,000 gigawatts of power with 1,000 watt input. So its over unity is 1,000,000 to 1. Now, in the secret space program, they are using this technology and it's functional. So it's the size of a basketball. And to put that in perspective, Palo Verde, which is the largest nuclear plant in North America, it only produces 4 gigawatts of power total. The thing the size of a basketball produces 1,000. And it's perfect.
1,000 gigawatts.
1,000 gigawatts, 1 terawatt.
Well, you only need 4.2 gigawatts to make a time machine.
Yep. And so
That's
1,000
the
watt
future.
input. So it's like a vacuum tube. You got to power it up and whatever. 1,000 watt input, a terawatt output, over unity of 1,000,000 to 1. This is stuff that's already out there that is going to get trickled down through Stavati into the public realm. And the hover car, which I'm kind of an expert on because I was the one that brought it out to the public, it's going to be the size of a baseball. And this little compact fusion reactor will indeed power the hover car up, but will also have enough power to power up a cabin or something. If the hover car is parked beside my cabin, it'll be able to power that up as well.
Eddie, would you like me to get up a little picture of that?
Uh,
or do you want to leave it?
yeah, no, let's leave it. And I'll just share that stuff with Moray in a
So
private.
Ed, I had a question.
Yeah.
Did we mention to Moray that Chris Beskar, Stavati Aerospace has already produced warp-capable starships in the USAP
Not
program?
yet. I haven't quite got there yet. So Chris was
2,700
introduced.
of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Chris was introduced to me as the premier builder of spacecraft in the world, and it is a classified project, so we're not going to talk about too much here. Off camera, I will though. But basically, between the Chris in our meeting that we recorded, and then the interview that Brendan and I did, in between there, Chris explained a lot about how he is very involved with Solar Warden, and it's all classified, but they're definitely they're doing it and have been doing it for 30 years. So this is the premier aerospace company in the world, and Chris, he worked with a guy named Pete Peterson at Area 51, and Pete Peterson was known as, they called him Doctor Who, and he was known to be the smartest guy that ever was there, period. And there are interviews with Pete Peterson and David Wilcock on Project Camelot in 2009. And recently I've been in contact with Carrie Cassidy, who runs Project Camelot, and I'm going to go on there and talk about Stavati, but I'm also going to try and get Chris and maybe David on there so that they can tell the story as well too. So
so we're way beyond 0-point devices, Moray. He's building anti-gravity propulsion starships. So I think
yes, that's the puzzle. And then
yeah,
and they can't give an experiment that, let's say, outputs, let's say, 100 watts free running for everybody to build. That's the missing component. This little demo device that's easy to build, that self-runs.
Well, why don't we do that?
That's the mystery. Well,
it is.
Well,
Moray,
no, there's a logical disconnect. That's what I'm drilling in on. Chris, the logical disconnect is, says Chris Bestar, the CEO there, says we're sitting on top of all this wonderful technology, and we wish to give it to the world. We have permissions from the powers that be to give it to the world.
Yeah.
Right.
He doesn't.
Okay,
that's the point. He does not have the permission. The permission is granted by the Federation. The Federation would decide disclosure on this planet
at a certain point. But he does kind of, because part of the story is October 30th of 2020, David Wilcock had a direct meeting with Donald Trump while he was still president. And I knew about that meeting. I've got screenshots of David wearing his Trump slippers. But when I interviewed Chris Beskar, I said, hey, you should have been at that meeting. Were you at that meeting? And he said, yes, I was. So both of them were at that meeting while he was still president. And this whole rollout of technology from Stavati is a big plan. I've got a chart actually that shows this compact fusion reactor. It's a Trump chart, is going to come out in 2030. So the hover car is also going to come out in 2032. It uses anti-gravity technology, which has already been developed in their SM-36 Stelma project like 20 years ago. So they have
3 versions, correct? 3 versions of the hover car already.
4. Actually, he told me there's 4 different ways that they can fly it. Of the 4, I knew of 2. And the third one, I was like, huh. And then the fourth one came to mind, which is actually thought propulsion. That's probably what he's working on. But again, these are classified projects, so I can't talk too much because we're live on camera here about stuff.
I did have a question on that. So were we gifted? Contact has already occurred. We were gifted very advanced technology from the contact.
Yep.
And so the Federation, I'll put quotes around that, is in charge of deciding what humanity gets. So they already quantum leaped the human race way, way ahead because the contact has already occurred.
80 years ago.
Now, and now the issue is, okay, are we ready for humanity to have that?
Correct.
And that makes sense, because if humanity is just going to go off and club each other, I could see being hesitant of giving matches to a baby, essentially.
Yeah, the piece that's missing is the consciousness and the spirituality. We do not have that.
Correct.
Our civilization is being fast booted 4,000 years, and that is why there's this delay in disclosure. We are not there yet spiritually. As you know, Cal Richardson drove his pink Volkswagen with his head. You know, the same thing. Stan Meyer's water motor, it was all controlled with consciousness. Yeah. And so I'm not sure, and I asked this question already of Ed, I'm not sure how Chris Beskar is controlling his warp-capable starships. It is part of Solar Warden. That technology came out of Area 51. So those ships are sentient, not just conscious, and completely controlled by DNA spirituality. So the Alliance and the Federation can't allow any zero-point device to come out in the public without a massive cascade of disclosure. And we're just not there yet. Now, that obviously is very frustrating.
Next 4 years, Chip, basically, because that's even talking, and listening to Elena, disclosure of the extraterrestrials is 2030. Disclosure of the compact fusion reactors 2030. The hover car is 2032. So we're not far away from it. And these are all people that I know personally. I
don't think we're going to make it 5 years.
We will have faith. And in the meantime, we can get together as a group and figure out an experiment that can be shown to the world.
They were saying that in the 1990s. We won't make it till the next few years. Anyway,
yeah, and here
you make a good point, Chip.
Yeah, and here we are. So I think that would be the thing to do is, and I think again, Moray, if you watch all those shorts and some of the stuff with Chris and listen to what he's talking about, you'll realize that in the public realm he can only disclose so much, but in private he has disclosed a lot more about the projects that he's done, and they're major. Like Chip was saying, they're absolutely major. So it'll be really cool to maybe get you guys together because you both knew Ken Shoulders. That's the beautiful part of all that. Yeah.
Right. So I think Chip is drilling is saying, okay, what is stopping us, right? And we got to, okay, we've already joined the Federation, so to speak.
We're on trial. We're on trial basis right now.
Probation.
Yeah, at least we're in the club. Right.
We are, yeah.
And we kind of agree. And then they say, oh, we need a mature consciousness of the human race, right? And you guys are supposed to evolve into mature minds, advanced minds, like the rest of us, which seems like telepathy is the key ingredient. They communicate that way, correct?
Bingo. Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And then when the human race has telepathy with each other, then we realize, oh, we can't be lied to anymore.
Well, they already do. Everyone has telepathic, psychic, and telepathic ability. We are telepathic to a certain extent, but it's just not officially acknowledged, But there is telepathy going on. I mean, Rupert Sheldrake's done a lot of research on this with the morphic resonance fields. There is.
We're close, but in terms of politics, Brendan and Moray, there is no precedent apparently for this planet in this galaxy to get technology bootstrapped 3,000 or 4,000 years. And they're going to do that for a whole raft of reasons. That's a rabbit hole we'll stay away from. So they don't know, and that includes all the elder species and the councils that consult with the Federation. Some very, very high dimensional beings are looking at a shit show on this planet and try to very carefully pick through a morass of problems.
Yeah.
And so 5 years of delay is reasonable, but it's also very disappointing for a whole lot of starseeds and contactees and experiences and stuff like that. And I do know for a fact, and you've heard me say this, there's a great deal of dissension and discussion amongst the elder councils right now in the Federation. They do not agree on the best way to bootstrap us because there's no model. We've never done it. And so they're being careful. They're erring on the careful side. So as few people die as possible. But I'm just frustrated as hell. There's zero-point devices been laying around since Tesla. We understand the guts. We can teach this to a 5-year-old, and yet nothing ever happens. And why is that? Because it's cut off at the pass in the background.
The deep state
it seems reasonable. It seems reasonable to stop it. I mean, you're explaining why suppression occurs. What's the point of making the little device if it's just going to be suppressed? Because we didn't solve the major problem, which even seems to stump the Advanced Federation of multidimensional beings, which is us, right? Which tickles me. By the way, a link for the telepathy.telepathytapes.com. Just note that link.
Oh,
You got it. Okay,
it's the
yeah.
best information.
Yeah,
Touche.
because
I was
very
going to add
cool.
that.
yeah, it just
Very
shows that
cool.
we have it.
Yes.
The human race is quite capable. We block
100%.
it, etc. And so
That's the tip
the
of the
powers that
iceberg.
be that want to take over, I guess the evil says we don't want you to have that capability, because as soon as we have it, we simply dismiss them, right? We won't even, the evil won't even be a problem, as well as the maturity to handle the discovery of infinite energy,
Yeah.
or yeah,
In,
a big energy. So
I
in Da Vinci
it
Code,
makes him.
sorry.
I was going to say a couple of years ago, I actually, it was been 4 years ago now, I asked Elena's extraterrestrial contact Thorhan if the world was ready for this information. And what it was is it was subquantum kinetics and how it all related to free energy and anti-gravity. And the answer was no, it wasn't ready. And it took another 2 years before all that information really got spread out all over the place. And it's something that you don't have that I will email to you as well. I've got 80 pages of handwritten notes that are all on subquantum kinetics and how they apply to free energy and anti-gravity and Tesla's work, essentially. And Dr. James Schwartz, he was a really good friend of Paul Laviolette's. And when Paul wrote Secrets of Anti-Gravity Propulsion, James told me that Paul and him spent hours talking about Tesla technology. So a lot of the information that's in that book is actually from James Schwartz. And James went to Wardenclyffe with ground penetrating radar, and he found something in the ground. He found an Earth antenna, and he shared that report with me, which I can send to you as well. And the other thing that happened with James is he went to Colorado with ground penetrating radar, and 3 feet down in the ground, he found crates of Tesla's notes, which he still has, the ones that survived. And there's a YouTube with Carmen and myself on my YouTube channel with Dr. James Schwartz, and he talks about all this stuff. Plus, he shows the flex power generator. It's been working for a couple of years. And the crazy thing is, the very weekend after we did that, Dr. Greer showed up and did another interview with him, but did not really, he showed pictures of the device, but he didn't say who it was. He didn't say, he even masked his voice. It was a lot different, right? So we were letting more of the information out than Dr. Greer was, essentially.
I was going to say that in Da Vinci Code, there's in Da Vinci Code by Dan Brown, it talks about a self-actuating code. It means if you're smart enough to decode the message, you have the right to know what it says. If you're smart enough to bring about free energy, then you have the right to bring it about. If it's self-actuating code, if you're smart enough to decode something, you have the permission to know what it says. If you're smart enough to bring about free energy, then you have the right to bring it about.
Yeah. So in having said that, it's all about charge clusters, and Moray, you are the master. You've written all the books, and we've gone through the chapters and that. So what we were going to do today was have Carmen read through probably the chapter that I think is the most important one. And then, we can jump in and you can add comments and we can talk about it after, if that's cool with you.
Yeah, I'm going with the flow. So whatever you have.
Okay, cool. So why don't we get going with that? Because it'll take a little while. And like I said, if Moray or anyone has something to add input, by all means, just stop and we'll do that.
Well, might interrupt the flow. How much time do you have?
I have lots of time.
Yeah, we have as much time as we need. Yeah. As long as you're
reading, and then if anybody wants to say anything, you guys just interject as you need.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll need to take a break at some point.
Of course, Brendan's good at that. He's good at regulating us that way.
Yeah, maybe right after this we'll
do you want to take a break? I mean, do we want to take a break now, or do we want to keep going? You've done it.
Actually,
now.
why don't we do that? You guys can keep talking. We'll keep the recording going. Obviously, we'll just go do a quick break, whoever needs it, and then we'll come back and whatever we need, and then the group can just talk amongst yourselves. Carmen, you can talk to Lacey and her mom about that thing that we were talking about before, perhaps.
Sure.
You're right.
Or Moray, do you need a break, or would you like to continue talking a little bit?
Well, I think I need to use the head quickly We have to
Sure.
take a 1 minute break.
Okay, certainly. Go ahead. I'll entertain the rest of the group for a couple minutes, and then we can get right into reading right after you're back and the guys
Okay.
are back.
Hey, hey, Carmen. Hey, everybody. Just figured I'd pop in and introduce myself instead of just sitting here on quiet mode. I'm traveling right now. A mic crunching. I don't have
I'm
any of the amazing background that some of you do, but I'd say about 2 years ago, I really gone down the rabbit hole, which is the best rabbit hole I think I could have gone down on all the free energy stuff. And I'm pretty good with the math and the science. I mean, I can pretty like I have basically a running consistent physics and everything. And I mean, eventually I could show the math and all, but it's like when I see this stuff, it's just really beautiful. I'm kind of what I'm really interested in now. I mean, this is great, the disclosure and everything, but if you picture what heaven looks like, I mean, this place we're in right now is ugly. I'm in Michigan right now. There's a lot of homelessness here.
Mm.
The roads are just disgusting. And everywhere, I'm a chemical engineer by profession, and I'm starting up they're building these mega plants everywhere, mostly Ford, but then the data centers as well. And I'm looking at like, we don't need this. So besides the free energy, there needs to be somebody to kind of overturn this direction we're headed, because this is wrong. It's just all manipulation. It's consumerism is what it is. I mean, there's like when you look at the true dimension, the nature of reality. I mean, you have the three dimensions of time, 3 dimensions of space. And just like Dewey Larson said, everything's motion. You sit in that center point. There's a conscious decision that needs to be made every time. Are you consuming or are you creating? And, like a proper race, it's creating. It's like just like the mind of the creator. It's kind of like I see this everywhere. And it's ugly. I mean, so I understand the science, but I guess I'm coming more at it from like a philosophical standpoint. And I don't know.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
We value all
Yeah.
areas of interest, and everyone's perspectives.
Yeah.
I think should be totally taken into consideration. I think everyone has something to bring to the table on this. We're all the end users.
We're
Yeah.
little pieces of puzzle. Yeah, we all fit together.
Hmm.
Yeah, totally. Well,
And
very
I come
cool.
from the nature standpoint. So like, and sorry to stop again. I'm like, but like everyone talks about outer space and all these cool aliens and all. Like, I'm still to this day mesmerized by every little bug we have in nature. I think it's
Yeah.
the coolest thing. Now, like when I hear free energy, like I drive around and I drive a lot for work, and it's a pain in the neck. But you know how much roadkill's on the road? And if you look at any design has, I'm an engineer. I mean, you can look at the fatal flaw in any design. Our roads, our cars, they're disgusting. And it's like, I can't wait to pick this whole thing up. And you just, oh man, like when are we going to get back to just a lush paradise of an earth and we're floating above it, just like a chosen race should?
Yeah, and a hover car won't create
Not just
roadkill.
the car. I mean,
That'll be the
just like
first
the houses,
technology that
everything.
comes out. Well, eventually things will be anti-gravitic. Yeah, there's materials that actually can be built that are fully anti-gravitic within their molecular structure. And this is the stuff that actually Chip is asking about with Stavati. I'm a metallurgist. I'm aware of consciousness metals. Basically, there's DNA built into the metal of this substance that they build these ships out of, essentially. It's really wild stuff. And I also know that there's a left-handed twist to the metal, which makes it very special. That's stuff that has been shared with me that I can talk about anyways, right? So some of the stuff, the classified stuff is Stavati, can't really get into, especially when we're recording, but it basically the technology is going to be filtered through Stavati down through us and into the public domain. And that's why I said that, we should be the ones to create this experiment. Moray could say, hey, this is what we need to do. Carmen and I and whoever else, we can make it happen, essentially, right? There's nothing that we can't build. There's nothing that I haven't built other than free energy device, of course, but Carmen's the expert at that.
Well, like I said, I finally did bring a few people together. I have a machine shop at my disposal, 3D printings, a couple smart, really. Ryan used to work for Berkeley Labs,
Berkeley, yeah,
and he worked on the big magnetron there. So
particle accelerator, yeah.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of knowledge. He was following my dad. Geez, I think he wrote one of the most read articles on my dad's stuff. There's not a lot on my dad anymore on the
Yeah,
um
yeah.
we used to be on Don Adsit's very last page of the internet.com, where he used to have host different free energy researchers and
Oh, cool.
experimenters. And that was like really a very successful website that many people in the free energy field went to directly to his page, just like
Yeah.
they did to Sterling Allen's
Or
site.
Rex. What about Rex? That's
Yeah, just a minute. But Sterling Allen's website, PezWiki, was, of course, very good. But I saw that coming, Moray. I knew that that guy was not a good guy when we were at the Tesla Tech in 2008, when I first met Sterling Allen. I was like, that creepy guy. And then he buried my dad's stuff on there on that page. He never did me any favors. Of course, I wasn't going to do him any favors. I had that gut feeling about him, and you can ask Jean Manning. I told her that many years ago.
very cool.
And also,
Yeah.
when free energy eventually comes about, everything will become much cheaper. It will, because farming will become cheaper, industry will become a lot, energy, transportation will become.
Yeah.
There'll be no pollution. It'll be almost limitless energy. So it would free people. Most people are trying to work hard
Gives
to pay the bill,
everybody
pay
their
the
dignity
bills.
back.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Gives
And
Well,
there's,
everyone their dignity back to have
there,
self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
right, we have sufficient physical power to create physical utopia on Earth. The question is, are we mature enough to handle it?
yeah.
It keeps circling back to that.
Yeah.
You're
And
right.
Because and so you if it's going to get suppressed, what's the point of doing it until we have permission that says, well, so the good news is contact has been made. We're now in the flow of trying to accelerate the human race back to where or up to where we're supposed to be
yeah.
in galactic civilization, and we don't want to just have every person just having all that energy without the ability to handle it
Yeah. Chris,
successfully. So I kind of sympathize where the block is. It's just, I wonder, well, what's the point of doing these little experiments if you already have it? And the little experiment, you only need 100 watts self-running to say, see, you can build it yourself. There it
yeah.
is. You have the 100 watts self-running. And there has to be agreement. Yes, here it is, right? You get to have it.
Yeah. And that's basically what Stavati is doing through this group and through the information that they're feeding us. Chris Beskar has said in the past multiple times that in the future we will have more than enough energy for everything, just like you had said. We'll have an excess of energy.
And
And
it'll
when
be
they
clean.
take
And it'll be
energy
clean,
out of
very
the
clean,
equation, right? They
very
take
cheap,
the
very
energy
clean.
out of the equation of the economy, then that changes the prices of everything, like Brandon was talking about.
And
So maybe we should jump in.
It's almost limitless, and it's very clean as well. It's very, very cheap and
Yep.
very, very clean.
Yep.
So I mean, anyway, but
so maybe we should jump into doing this. This is going to take a while, so why don't we get going with this? We'll let
I'm a
Carmen
fast
start
reader.
reading. Yeah, you're an
Let's
awesome
go.
reader too. Thank you.
the
Yeah, let's do
quest
it.
for 0 point energy,
By the gentleman that we have in our group.
engineering principles for free energy by Moray B. King. So I'm going to let Carmen read.
Okay, we're going to start with the chapter Transforming the Planet with a 0 point Energy Experiment. October 1999. A review of some of the best free energy inventions of the past 25 years, viewed with the hypothesis that charge clusters coupled to the 0 point energy yields sufficient insight to construct a free running energy demonstration device. The discussion includes Pop's noble gas engine, Gray's pulse capacitor discharge motor, Granot's electric discharge water explosions. Oh, did I miss it? Yeah. Korea's pulsed abnormal glow discharge plasma tubes, Brown's nuclear battery, Hyde's electric generator, Sweet's conditioned barium ferrite, light water cold fusion experiments, and Shoulders' charge cluster research. Combining their research reveals a pattern giving the underlying principle for building a self-running device. Quantum electrodynamics. You want me to just read the highlighted, right?
No, the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing. Okay.
Can I ask to read? Actually, I know you're capable. Can you slow it down a little bit, though?
I certainly can.
My
I
brain.
certainly can.
Yeah, definitely the whole
That's
thing,
impressive.
for sure.
Sorry,
Okay.
something's gone wrong here. Let me just put it back on.
Yeah, let's go back to the first page again
Okay.
and let her.
Start
Wanna go?
over?
No, I
Well-
mean, I think it's okay. Just to continue is probably better. I mean,
Well, she hasn't read some of the stuff on the first page though that wasn't highlighted.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh,
I
you
read
did?
everything
Okay,
on the first page.
okay, sorry. Okay.
Second page,
Here
I'm
we
just
go.
at the top now. Shoulders combining their research reveals a pattern giving the underlying principle for building a self-running device. Introduction. Can the zero-point energy be tapped as a substantial energy source? The answer depends on the physical nature of the vacuum fluctuations, a topic that begets considerable scientific controversy. The equations
the 0-point energy.
The zero-point energy was first discovered by quantum mechanics as a term in the uncertainty principle. Quantum electrodynamics describes it as high frequency energetic concentrations of electric field energy sufficient to manifest short-lived pairs of elementary particles that spontaneously pop in and out of existence. This activity constitutes the substrate of pure empty space. Western academic thought groups into essentially 3 points of view regarding the paradigm of what constitutes empty space. 1, space is not a void with the zero-point energy just a mathematical fiction that does not physically exist. 2, only an inconsequential low-level zero-point energy physically exists. Or 3, substantial energy is truly present. There is a paradigm conflict between the various schools of thought. The spirit of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics represents the first group, where the zero-point energy is to be renormalized away without any attempt at interpreting what is underlying the mathematical model. The second group introduces an artificial high-frequency cutoff in the equations of the zero-point energy to limit how much energy can be present. But such a cutoff would then eliminate the energy densities needed for virtual particle pair production, the basis of quantum electrodynamics. The third group can argue that the zero-point energy cannot be tapped appreciably because we have no practical means to interact with the high-frequency components, or that the zero-point energy action is chaotic and it would be an entropy violation to tap it. The last objection can be met via Prigione's Nobel Prize.
Prigogines, I think it's
Prigogines. Nobel Prize contribution to thermodynamics, where he shows how chaotic systems may evolve towards self-organization. Whether a system can be invented to interact with the high-frequency zero-point energy models puts the debate in the realm of engineering. There is one thing for certain: the only convincing proof that the zero-point energy can be tapped as an appreciable energy source can only come from an experiment. There are several constraints when it comes to an experiment that violates the reigning scientific paradigm. Kuhn shows in his seminal thesis, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, that the paradigm-violating experiments are not welcomed by the scientific community, and often the scientific method regarding their investigation is suspended. Instead, political and sociological factors dominate the behavior of the majority of scientists. Typically, the experiment is ignored. Beverly Rubik has extended Kuhn's thesis to modern times, indicating that if a paradigm-breaking experiment threatens entrenched economic interests as well, there can be a severe and even ruthless suppression of the evidence if the experiment were to begin to successfully replicate. A recent example is the cold fusion class of experiments. Here, ridicule is applied, patents blocked, government grants withdrawn, and jobs threatened, just over a scientist's willingness to investigate a phenomena that has been replicating worldwide as an underground activity. If an inventor is lucky, or perhaps unlucky enough to stumble upon an energetic effect reliable enough to allow the manufacturing of a practical free energy machine, suppression tactics have been known to occur, such as funding blockage, incessant litigation, patent secrecy orders, personal threats, crime framing, and even assassination. If one wishes to transform the planet with a paradigm-shattering experiment, the key point is to realize that the problem is not a scientific one, but rather a political, economic one. The solution requires completely different tactics than business as usual. Kuhn has also shown that when the scientific paradigm has changed, it was done by a new generation of scientists willing to study the new phenomenon and repeat the anomalous experiments. Thus, establishment scientists can be expected to ignore the new phenomenon and to ridicule those investigating it. If the experiment begins to replicate, entrenched economic interests can be expected to suppress the discovery. These expectations determine the nature of an experiment that will have a lasting impact. In particular, the zero-point energy experiment must be easy to replicate so that it can be done successfully as a home hobbyist project. Self-running, measurement of excess energy are often difficult and will be criticized by skeptics no matter what. Easy to describe and share, information can spread rapidly, a device has a secret operating principle or requires a special kit can be destroyed and its inventor suppressed. Inventions with charge clusters. There have been a number of successful free energy inventions that would have breached the marketplace if it were not for suppression problems. Some might qualify as candidates for easy replication, but most require considerable effort. There is a pattern to many of the inventions which suggest a common hypothesis regarding how they couple to the vacuum energy. Most have produced, sometimes unwittingly, an abundance of charge clusters. Each cluster is a micron-sized charged plasmoid resembling ball lightning that coheres the zero-point energy to yield excess energy. The hypothesis could concisely explain a variety of free energy machines if we adequately understood the nature of the charge cluster itself. The scientific anomaly essentially regards the charge cluster's existence. Shoulders is credited for the discovery of the charge cluster, which is named electrum validum. He observed the formation of micron-sized plasmoids with a net charge measured to be on the order of 10 to the power of 11, is that correct? Electrons, and 10 to the power of 6 positive ions?
Yeah.
The stability of such a plasmoid is completely anomalous in a classic model because of the Coulomb repulsion. The best models, 10 to 12, suggest a vortex ring, as depicted in figure 1, where an intense toroidal magnetic field causes a tight poloidal spiral around the toroid, trapping the electrons. Here, energy densities similar to a neutron star would be required to compensate the Coulomb repulsion. Such energy densities take us out of the classical realm and into quantum electrodynamics, where vacuum polarization effects might provide a stabilizing mechanism.
By the way, I could jump in here on this. That was an overly simplistic model that it's pretty well agreed that these clusters, they call them charge clusters, mainly Hal Fox, who really loved Ken Shoulders' work, can agree that there's something much more fundamental going on than a collection of charges, and more that we're creating a macroscopic charge straight out of the vacuum where the particles are participating.
Yeah.
Especially the ions. They're kind of the vortex of them, but we're making a coherent entity, not a collection of charges. So whatever mechanism stabilizes an electron itself out of the vacuum or electron-positron pair, that mechanism is happening again at a large scale on the order of a micron scale to make this entity. So it's considerably more complex. And I would add that what I learned from Bob Grenier just at the last Tesla conference, he was interacting with the Russians who do the experiments on plasmoid strikes and transmutation. And they have a very sophisticated model of what's going on in the structure of these entities. He describes it as kind of the vortex itself is a fundamental form, but the organizations of these vortex filaments is done in a fractal-like way. This is their theories. at various scales. And so when you look at the scale of an electron positive, you have huge 20 orders of magnitude of scale before you get to an individual vacuum fluctuation. And so they have a fractal like vortex filament where these plasmoid type structures are all the way down, but it's not a simple plasmoid anymore. So that comes from the Russian thinking. And Bob Greenyer kind of agrees with them. And I said, wow, I'm thrilled that they're so far advanced, at least on their thinking on this. So that's where we're at as far as structure these days. So this is an update that I just learned from Bob.
Yeah, and that's super. And Chris Beskar gave me all of the Ken Shoulders information, and a lot of it in there was from the Russians, including the Proton 21 laboratory, where they actually shot an EVO through a copper slug, and on the other side they did metallurgical analysis and found like 20 other things going on the other side. I know that they moved that laboratory, and that actually is Ken Shoulders #1. That was the very first show that we did, is on that stuff. And I will share all of that file and everything with you once I would get your email, and all the Stavati stuff that I have as well. But thank you for chiming in, because I've shown these structures from Bob Greenyer, but I've also shown them from Wheeler. Wheeler was the first to actually show it. I've got a screenshot of that we can share at some point. And then all of this other stuff that I've got actually came from the Stavati. It came from David Wilcock. It came from Chris Beskar. And there's screenshots that I took of these 10 hours of them talking about physics and all of these subjects. And maybe once we're done here, maybe we'll try and watch that little 3-minute short, or however long it is, on my channel, and have Chris talk about what these structures are and how he developed them at Area 51 back in the day. So maybe we'll do that after this. But yeah, sorry, Carmen, carry on reading. And thanks for jumping in, Moray. It was amazing.
Okay, the tight toroidal spiral does match behavior often observed in plasma experiments. There is a tendency for plasmas to manifest tight vortex filaments known as a filamentation instability. Reed shows the vortex matches the force-free Beltrami vortex figure 2, where the plasma naturally takes the form of an ever-tightening spiral. If such a vortex closes onto itself to make a vortex ring, this tightening tendency propagates around the ring, providing positive feedback which squeezes the ring's poloidal radius smaller and smaller, until it reaches the dimensions where the high-frequency, high-energetic components of the zero-point energy become active and dominant. Thus, the natural behavior of the plasmoid itself solves the engineering problem of manifesting boundary conditions on a small enough scale to couple the short wavelength, high energy models of the zero-point energy into the system. The vortex ring model also offers another insight. It might illustrate the mechanism for charge formation directly from the vacuum and suggest that such a formation might occur at any scale, producing subquantum unstable particles, electrons, micron-sized EVs, and ball lightning. Creating charge clusters requires precise boundary conditions, since a linear vortex filament would not naturally close onto itself. Mesiatz has shown that ectons, his name for EVs, arise from an explosive discharge from a pointed cathode, or from an irregular defect region on the cathode. The instant before the discharge, a microscopic portion of the cathode melts, and a conical stalk of liquid metal protrudes from it, as shown in figure 3. Symmetrically surrounding the stalk is a layer of glow plasma ionization. The EV is formed when the tip of the stalk explodes, compressing the surface electrons between two perfectly symmetrical semi-spherical ion layers, one from the tip, the other from the glow plasma. It is the perfect conical symmetry of the liquid stalk that provides the precise boundary conditions needed to form the vortex ring as a single complex complete entity. Thus, EV formations can be enhanced by using liquid metal tip electrodes, like Shoulders suggests in figure 4. Or, oh, sorry, kind of go to my next group of photos here, sorry. By first inducing abundant cathode glow plasma, as Mesiatz described, Forming the liquid or plasma stock is the key phenomenon that underlies EV creation. Shoulders suggests two methods for tapping excess energy from the EV. Either rectify the electrical pulse that is produced when the EV hits the anode, or use a pickup coil surrounding a traveling wave tube through which the EV accelerates. Most inventions that have manifested excess energy from the plasma EV activity have used the rectification technique. For his 50 kilowatt device, Moray invented a special rectifier tube he called valves to store the energetic pulsations from his ion oscillator tubes onto capacitors, which then become the input to the next stage of his device. Korea rediscovered Moray's fundamental operating principle in his pulsed anomalous glow discharge tubes. Here, rectification is used to recharge batteries for over-unity power gain. Korea shows us how to launch just the spark precursor, which contains the excess energy, and quench the lossy arc that follows by stopping the current flow. Korea limits the current by a resistive feeder circuit, whereas Moray used capacitor discharge to control the feeding of current pulses. Korea precharges the plates with the glow plasma from a voltage source, whereas Moray used a radioactive cathode to build up a glow plasma to trigger it at a lesser voltage. Paul Brown likewise used a radioactive cathode in his resonant nuclear battery, claiming one of the simplest embodiments of Moray's original discovery. Korea and Brown's inventions are excellent candidates for replication at a university facility. If every spark, even weak electrostatic discharges, contained an EV precursor, then Wimshurst-like devices that produced a plethora of electric discharge pulses, where each is rectified and capacitively stored, could sum them to produce a surprising energy gain. The Swiss ML converter, referenced in 2021, might be based on this principle, as well as Hyde's electrostatic field chopper. Hyde might have produced electrovoltaic discharges across the dielectric separators between adjacent stator segments to produce the tenfold voltage spikes he was observing. Hyde meticulously constructed hundreds of small voltage step-down rectifier circuits connecting each stator segment to its distant counterpart across the device, and then further summed their output to produce a net 20 kW DC output while self-running. That is an extraordinary claim for such a simple device in principle. If Hyde's claims are true, then mechanical means can be used to induce an abundance of small EV discharges, which are rectified and summed to yield a powerful and robust energy machine.
Yeah, let me comment on Hyde.
Yeah.
At the time, this was in the 90s, I was unaware of Ken Shoulder's work, and Hyde I ended up with in phone conversations when he was getting suppressed and wanted to disclose to the world how to do it, because he felt that he was in trouble and was about to go hiding in his cabin in Montana. And so we only had phone conversations. There was misunderstandings. So the earlier chapters in the book, the first chapter is where he said, please disclose I did not know about Ken Shoulder's work at that point in time. So I was really clutching at straws, trying to come up with something to explain it. And it was very inadequate until later, where I learned about Ken Shoulder's work. I think this was the first point where I mentioned the creating tons of small electrostatic discharges jumping from stator to stator. And so the misunderstanding was he actually cascaded 10 Hyde machines on one shaft. I did not understand it. When I asked him the question, how many stator plates do you have? He gave me the number 480. And I said, whoa, 480. And in my mind, I was thinking one Hyde invention, which is basically two stator circles side by side. That's how it's described in the patent. I had no idea that he actually cascaded 10 machines together. Complete misunderstanding. And so I eventually corrected that. I think in the 2006 presentation that I gave at the Tesla conference, after I learned about cascade discharges, where Ken Shoulders shared with me how he can make big EVs by cascading, launching one onto another EV launcher,
Yeah.
and then that makes a bigger one, and then another one.
Wow.
You have a cascade of these launchers. All of a sudden, he could get it up to, I think, a centimeter size.
Wow.
And he said they were so powerful. This is the size that Adamenko was using at the Proton 21 laboratory in the mid 90s
Yep.
to do his strikes, improving the transmutation was coming from the strikes.
Yep.
And he said the EMP, when they hit a conductor, was so bad that came off of it, it would wreck his lab equipment, his scopes and everything else. So he gave
Wow.
up trying to study them because they were just too dangerous to study. And
Mhm.
so then it dawned on me when he described cascade, I could see a cascade from stator to stator segment. So it would start to even build up rather than having just one simple weak one. You
Yep.
could cascade them so they're more and more powerful each time. And what Kai described is when he got his chopper speed up to speed, he would see this bluish glow, a corona glow on the stator plates
Yep.
themselves. And
Wow.
that was a clue that, okay, now I'm discharging across the insulators. So so this is the first point that he mentioned it. So it's somewhat confusing when I have the tables and the summary table, and at the end of this chapter was 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 I don't have the table in this chapter. I'm sorry, I'm mixing it up with Sweet's device.
Okay.
It was the number 480 was to be divided by 10, and then that makes 48, but there's two stator circles, two stator plates. So that gets divided up again
Yep.
to 24 stator segments per plate. Very reasonable number to work with.
Wow.
So that misunderstanding occurred, trying to work by phone with him, and I finally got around to correcting it. Really, I'd say clearly in a 2006 presentation.
Okay.
So
That is so cool. Yeah.
yeah,
Thank you.
so that clarifies really the confusion on the Hyde device.
And now the world knows about it because you just talked about it. Plus, we should check out that presentation as well at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the advantage of it is it kind of explains the Swiss ML converter. Maybe that's something similar is going on.
I love that one. Yeah.
And so this is, I'm just making a bunch of little discharges. You can think of rubbing your feet on the rug and touching the doorknob and getting that
Yep.
little spark, little EV precursor on that, and basically rectifying all of them. And what Hyde said, the advantage of such a weak per discharge, a weak pulse, is you can work with normal rectifying components,
Yep.
diodes and things like that. You're not going to burn them out because you don't,
Yep.
on any one event, you don't have too much power. So
Yeah.
he's just able to then his circuit's able to then add them up, and you can bleed off the energy off the capacitors as you build it up.
That's
And thus,
exactly what my dad did in his RLC circuit that was
Yeah.
very
Great.
instrumental. Yeah, that resistive inductive capacitive circuit that's where we have to take it off. We have to bleed it off with the light bulb. My dad always said, the more you take off, the more we'll give you. So, but you have to take it off. So that's where we would bleed it off the capacitor also, Moray, on
Cool.
my dad's machine. So that was
That's
part of the
cool.
key too, is in the electronics and how you fire it and when you're producing and when you're motoring.
Yeah. It's about
So,
resonance always, right?
right.
Yeah.
So I believe that evos are happening in the RLC circuit of my dad's machine as well.
Yeah, and
So
I look for them when people are making, oh, my machine makes free energy claim. I'm looking for, well, where's your sparking event? Because
Yeah.
to make the little EVO, um, you need an abrupt discharge event, and so Pappas used to say every spark, and sure enough, every lightning stroke, in fact, has an EVO precursor or a ball lightning precursor. In case of lightning, it's much larger to carve the channel. And the high speed photography is what gave us the insight it's on every single lightning stroke, every single spark event. So when we're working with circuits, I'm looking for where's the sparking event that we're going to try to rectify that excess energy from that event. And so that's what I look for if it's going to be the EVO hypothesis to explain it. By the way, EVO is the name, exotic vacuum energy. Ken Shoulders changed the acronym from EV,
exotic
electron
vacuum
bolidum,
objects.
to that when he was convinced they are indeed tapping into the vacuum energy. At first, he wasn't so sure. He wanted to be conservative in the explanation. Okay, well, that's my comment there.
Okay.
That's
Very
cool.
good.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor Pappas also came to visit my dad in the last couple of years of his life.
Oh, wow. Didn't know
He
that.
has the POP IMI device, which is a big PEMF device, pulsed electromagnetic field therapy device, that cured cancer and different things. But yeah, we worked with Professor Pappas as well before my mom and dad passed away. I have lots of information on that as well.
Carmen, let me ask a question on your dad's work and his magnetic motor work. At one point in any of the circuitry, did he have a sparking event, a discharge event?
Well, like I said, I do believe in the RLC circuit. He does. Yes.
I agree with that. And Nikola Tesla used spark gaps, right? That's where he was making this happen.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think, Carmen, would it be fair to say that the shearing effect on the magnet motor is where you potentiate the vacuum? It's not necessarily a sparking event, I don't think, Moray. It's shearing the shit out of the vacuum field. And that's the potential. Same thing as the sparking event. I mean, did your dad actually get down to that point where he's looking at the first principles?
Well, I believe that he had something novel. I'm not exactly sure.
He wouldn't have known of Ken Shoulders, though, probably no, right?
No, he would not have. No.
Yeah, but Russian and German scientists like Rose Sigma, who is, I always forget his name.
Rolf Shafranki. Yes.
That is one of the best books, other than Moray's books, ever.
Yes.
Like,
they
literally.
all would, lend to the, basic knowledge. I think we were, every day was a learning experience at that time. Every day they were sharing very cutting edge information with each other that I think increased their knowledge, every time those kinds of meetings of the minds came together and they were able to share that kind of information. I think my dad was one of the only ones to really say, come on, look at mine, touch here, touch there, ask me any questions. If my machine doesn't work as good as yours, then maybe we should all combine our efforts and make the best machine and not fight over who's got the best machine. Just take the best out of each machine and let's make one, complete unit. He never cared really about, having prior art to something. He just wanted to educate people, I think. And even to this day,
me too, right?
Yeah, and I'm still just trying to give away the plans, although I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. There's so many people who've taken the plans and tried to sell them, and then people contact me afterwards, and I say, well, I never endorsed those plans. Those are plans just collated off the internet that somebody else is, regurgitating to you. Those didn't come from me. They're not endorsed by me. So, anyways, when I do have the correct results that I can replicate, then I will make public those all the plans. I intend to make everything public.
That's amazing.
By the way, on the devices that work with coils, as long as there's a switching event, switching abruptly, especially current off and on a coil, the inductance as it discharges will create a high voltage spark.
Yeah.
Right. So if your dad's device had switching events from coils,
absolutely,
that's a natural place where the spark occurs. And lots of devices are based on that, harvesting that spike coming off the coil during the switching.
Right. Correct.
Exactly.
Was your dad doing likewise?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Then it fits the pattern. Okay.
Yes, it does. And then he had his novel core material, which had zero hysteresis. So we had no heat in our coils. Those were when we were starting to use black sand, which had a little more better design parameters to be able to explore when you have an injection moldable material. We were using Met glass, and of course it's made by Honeywell, also known as Moneywell, and it was, I think, at the time about $4 per linear foot, and I'm sure it's not even available anymore.
Yeah,
So
for
to the
stores.
consumer, yeah.
Yeah.
So my dad was looking for a similar material that was less expensive, and then in just observing how black sand performed, like ferrite, but it was a high hematite content in the black sand that we used.
Yeah.
And then he just mixed it with epoxy, Moray, and formed his coils like that. And so some are going to be a little denser. You know, they're not going to be an exact science there until we, you know, develop that end of it fully. But we
Yeah,
actually just
manufacturing.
bought from George Hathaway, because Hathaway Labs was shutting down. So we just bought a sintering machine off of George Hathaway to try to create our
cool.
own coils
Very cool.
or cores.
And
For
something that we're going to be doing with this machine shop is we're going to be actually building, not just building them, but manufacturing cores of amorphous material and others perhaps as well too. But
so Carmen,
yeah,
was this core at your father's motor triaxial wound? Was it a triaxial winding like a gyroscope?
No, it's just I mean, he's experimented with different number of turns, different sizes of wire. Of course, you want more amps, you have a smaller wire, bigger wire, pardon me. And so yeah, he experienced, that's their crapshoot, is the coil design. You know, that's where, depending on what your application is what you have to re-engineer for your application. But yeah, I mean, it was completely variable, scalable, gangable, all the things. It never had any funding. It never really went farther than another group replicating it. And each group that replicated, I think they're all guilty of trying to throw their own ideas in there, so they don't replicate it exactly. Even when I was, you know, funding them to build my dad's exact replica, you know, their ideas got shuffled into the mix, and then it was no longer an exact replica. So when it failed, I wasn't surprised. I had said, well, you put all the electronics on the periphery of the stators, and there's too much interfering flux there. You can't do that. So put it on, and that was a lot of money. And it was what, just to make it look prettier or something? You couldn't access anything in there. I was like, oh, it's a nightmare design.
Carmen, with these energy, like the magnetic motor, you have to do it correctly. I mean, there's subtle. It's not rocket science, but it could be like car mechanic level science. But you have to do
it is. It's like a starter motor in a car, a little impulse motor in a car. So you're hitting it at top dead center, and the rest of the time you're motoring.
And if you don't get the details,
generating, I mean, so you're motoring for a top dead center split second, then you're generating.
Yeah, so if you don't get the details, so there's subtleties in it, and if you don't understand the subtleties, it doesn't work. Is that right?
Typically.
Yeah. So there's certain. So I mean, if someone's not told directly what to do, they could mess it up quite easily. Is that right? So there's subtleties to it.
Happened already many times.
Certain details which you have to get right, and if you don't know the details, you're never going to do it. And if you know them, it's not difficult. It's not difficult.
Right, correct. I have to agree. Like if you get the basics right with this machine, basically the odd and even configuration correct, you use cores that aren't going to get hot. You use, you know, our novel switching circuitry.
So it's simple to do, but you have to know you have to know the correct thing. And then it's
sure. If you came to me and said, I really want a Ferrari, but I've never built a car before or never taken one apart before, you know, then you can't help me build a Ferrari for you. But if you've been building Ferraris or any kind of car parts and car engines and taking them apart and put them back together, you could build this.
Then it's not.
Yeah, definitely. Well, cool. Let's carry on with the reading.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's not as complicated as a whole car, but it's kind of like, it's like the basic principle should be like someone was saying, you could teach an 8-year-old child how to do it. So it's simple enough to teach an 8-year-old child how to do it if they knew the correct thing. If they don't know the correct thing, then they're not going to be able to do it. You know, so
correct.
Okay,
so where were we? I've just totally lost my pages. So,
on the abrupt electric discharges.
Yeah.
Cool.
Eddie just sent them to me in two different batches here, so let me open it up again. Abrupt electric discharges have been observed to produce an anomalous mechanical reaction force. Granot's experiments with capacitor discharge water arc explosions have demonstrated both excessive force and overunity production. He observed with high-speed photography the formation of a ball lightning plasmoid in the chamber associated with the explosive event. It was important to discharge the capacitor rapidly to induce the anomalous event. His experiments showed that with the same capacitor energy, if the discharge pulse was not sharp enough, no explosion occurred, and the water simply remained in the chamber. Anomalies associated with the abrupt transition from matter to plasma have also been observed in recent experiments of firing femtosecond pulse laser into xenon to produce anomalous excessive kinetic energy of the xenon ions. No, I missed a spot. Sorry. To produce plasma clusters, or perhaps EV plasmoids, that resulted in anomalous excessive kinetic energy of the xenon ions. Perhaps the most famous energy invention to take advantage of this phenomena is Pop's noble gas engine. Pop filled a mixture of the inert gases into a sealed piston that gets fired with an electric arc, aided by radioactive electrodes. The resulting explosion drove the piston and produced anomalously excessive energy. Pop claimed that the inert gas, the fuel which never gets consumed, Today, the hypothesis is that any abrupt transition from matter to plasma coherently activates the zero-point energy, and that such transitions are likely to create EV plasmoids. This hypothesis could be the foundation for creating many future inventions that tap the zero-point energy.
I just want to stop a moment. Eddie, how long do we want to go on for this? Because you've got quite a few of these.
Well, yeah, let's just keep going, Brendan. Don't worry about it. If we need to take another break, we'll do that. Let's not interrupt Carmen reading. I did want to jump in and say that PAP's gasless engine was tested in the secret space program. William Tompkins ran trains, planes, submarines, spacecraft on it, and it works.
I think we have two Paps. We have Professor Panos Papas, and then we have Joseph Pap.
Yeah, that's the one that
you're talking about Joseph, but in here it's referred to as Pop IMI's device.
Okay.
So just to keep it clear,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
Moray,
yeah.
Correct?
Well, right. There's Pop. I forgot his first name.
Joseph Pop. Wasn't it Joseph
Pop? Yeah, right. Yeah. Pop, but Papis.
Yes.
Will come along later, and his thesis was, hey, every spark is an energy producing event, and
okay.
So it was a much simpler hypothesis. I don't think he mentioned Shoulders EVs, but of course the two fit together.
Of course,
supporting Papis, so different last name.
Right. Okay. A noteworthy invention that may have utilized both the electrical and mechanical energetic aspects of EVs is Gray's pulse discharge electric engine. Gray energized opposing electric magnets by firing a capacitor discharge across the air gap between pairs of rotor coil magnets and stator coil magnets, timed such that pulse magnetic repulsion would drive the rotor. The circuitry was designed such that the pulse from the capacitor would energize the magnets and then return to a rectification circuit that would recharge the battery. At first analysis, engineers thought that the arcing in the air gap would foolishly produce tremendous losses, but Gray demonstrated with his prototypes that not only did the motor produce a large torque, it ran so efficiently that the windings on the motor and the motor housing remained cool. For his invention, Gray won the Inventor of the Year award in 1976, but he ran afoul of the Securities and Exchange Commission for his claims of overunity efficiency. If every electric discharge across the rotor gap abundantly produced charge clusters, the motor may have actually tapped the zero-point energy as its energy source. Today, a replication of Gray's invention as well as Correa's could use large, example 1 farad, commercial capacitors in place of the batteries to make the device self-running. If charge clusters are a conduit to the vacuum energy, it might be more efficient to trap and couple them rather than rectify their decay pulse. The phenomenon of fractoemission might offer a method where EVs could be created and their energy extracted all within a solid state device. Fractoemission occurs when a crystalline material cracks and forms an
Anomalously.
Sorry, someone was just trying to call me, so I just shut it off. Where exactly am I here? Anomalously persistent glow plasma in the crack. In some experiments, the luminescence has been observed to persist for hours. Fractoemission is likely a small-scale occurrence of the same phenomenon as earthquake lights, where ball lightning plasmoids are emitted from an earthquake fissure. If emission produces EVs, it could explain both the excess energy and transmutation anomalies associated with the cold fusion experiments. In the cold fusion experiments, palladium or nickel is electrochemically loaded with hydrogen or deuterium to the point of saturation via electrolysis of water containing lithium hydroxide or various salts. Best results are obtained by using a pure crystalline hydride. For a skilled electrochemist, it only takes a few hours to completely load the hydride, but the heat anomaly typically manifests only after days of DC and pulsed electrical excitation. After a time, the hydride begins to form cracks, and then the anomalies are observed. If the cracking produces fractoemission EVs, and these couple to the ZPE, then both the excess heat and the lattice element transmutation can be explained. Shoulders demonstrates the EV transmutation phenomena by a trivial experiment. Just fire a single spark from a small Tesla coil onto a pure aluminum plate. With X-ray micrographic analysis, determine what elements are formed in the crater where the spark struck. In his studies, Shoulders has shown that EV strikes produce transmutation of the anode metal. The predominantly negatively charged EV accelerates towards a nucleus in the anode lattice. It also carries with it some residual ions, which would smash into the nucleus like ions launched from a particle accelerator. Moreover, if the
just stop you
residual
for a quick
ions...
second, Carmen.
Yes?
I noticed that the record light is not on. Are we still recording, Brendan?
Yeah, it's on.
Yeah, we're still recording my end.
Okay, I can't see it here. Sorry. Carry on.
Is it because I think it's because you gave me the admin. I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah, it was there before, but it's gone now.
You just have to put your mouse over the screen and it shows it.
Okay, cool. Carry on. Sorry, guys.
Moreover, if the residual ions circulate around the EV vortex ring, the ring's symmetry would tend to aim its center hole straight at the nucleus, and the ions circulating through the center would be aimed directly at the nucleus with further force. Many cold fusion researchers have observed the transmutation anomaly. Patterson's beads consisted of electroplated layers of nickel and palladium could perhaps be the most reliable and repeatable of the cold fusion light water experiments. Here, fractoemission seems to readily and quickly occur, yielding both the heat anomaly as well as transmutation. Unfortunately, the cracking could also tend to make the beads flake and eventually wear out. Nonetheless, Patterson's beads make available the means for anyone to successfully replicate the transmutation and excess heat anomalies in a light water cold fusion type experiment. It would be ideal if means could be discovered to induce fractoemission EVs, trap them within the material rather than dissipate them as heat, and then tap their energy directly via electromagnetic coupling. The invention of the late Floyd suite might be just that discovery. Suite specially conditioned two 6x4 by half-inch ceramic blocks of barium ferrite such that the magnetic field of each would easily vibrate in response to a weak alternating current signal from the nearby air core electromagnetic exciter coils. This behavior itself appears anomalous since barium ferrite is a permanent magnet material and its magnetic domains do not easily shift. A bifilar pickup coil. The wire consists of two twisted insulated strands. Sandwiched between the ceramic blocks would pick up an anomalously large output signal in response to the stimulated magnetic vibrations. Moreover, the induced current flow in the bifilar pickup was in opposite directions on the two strands. Perhaps this is the strangest of the observations since it rules out standard magnetic induction. In addition, the output current was observed to be cold, where many amps could be conducted into a load through the wires without heating them. Some of the output signal was fed back to the exciter coils to make the device self-running. This was driven. Oh no, this feedback had to be done carefully, or if the ceramic blocks were overdriven, they would crumble into powder or dangerously explode. Sweet's invention is spectacular because from such apparent simplicity arises incredible behavior, including excessive energy. How can the invention be explained? Sweet was secretive regarding the conditioning process, but recent information from other researchers combined with the fractal emission hypothesis might allow its rediscovery. The first clue is the easy magnetic shifting exhibited by the ceramic blocks. Since barium ferrite's magnetic domains do not readily move, it was proposed that microscopic grains within the ceramic were cracked free by the conditioning process to allow them to easily pivot, and that such motion would produce and stimulate fractal emission EV plasmoids. If the plasmoids are produced around the peripheral region of the block, and if each energetically couples with its neighbor, then it is possible to induce an energetic vacuum polarization vortex in each block such that the top block contains a circulation opposite to that in the bottom block. Alternatively, each single block could support a dual circulation since Sweet did have early successful embodiments that used only one ceramic block. Counter-rotation is a principle for inducing any type of coherent pair production from the vacuum energy, whether it be virtual elementary particles or macroscopic torsion fields. Quantum electrodynamics shows the principle arises from conservation of angular momentum. It is the counter-rotating vortices that induce the energy into the bifilar pickup coil bidirectionally, and its strands are guiding vacuum polarization currents instead of standard electron conduction. The last point might explain why the output wires remain cold. Sweet's invention exhibits so much new phenomenon associated with the zero-point energy that its rediscovery would accelerate a science into a new paradigm. Furthermore, its apparent simplicity makes it an ideal candidate for repeating an experiment that can be done even at home. Conditioning barium ferrite. The goal is to create many charge clusters via fractal emission while trapping them within the material, and then to extract any excess power they might produce via a bifilar pickup coil. If we can induce a resonant, energetic circulation inside the material from an orderly alignment and mutual coupling of charge clusters located around the ceramic's periphery, a pair of microscopic ZPE vortices might be created. This conditioning process is designed to make freely moving grains within the ceramic make freely moving grains within the ceramic. As the grains rock back and forth in phase with the weak AC magnetic field from the nearby exciter coils, they create and stimulate fractal emission plasmoids in the microscopic cracks between the movable grains and the stationary portions of the ceramic body. Since Sweet attempted many variations of coil sizes and positioning in his experiments, the exact parameters are unclear. The coil descriptions reflect the range and description by researchers close to the project. The conditioning steps are as follows. Freeze the material. This will cause it to readily crack. Ideally, a home freezer would be sufficient. If not, pack the ceramic block in dry ice. If it still fails to crack, dip it in liquid nitrogen, but be careful. It should be cold enough to create microscopic cracks, but not so cold as to shatter the entire ceramic. 2. Sandwich the block between two metal plates charged as a parallel plate capacitor at a high DC potential, 20 kilovolts, to induce interior corona. It should remain here during the steps that follow. Stimulate the block with 60 hertz bucking magnetic fields from a bifilar coil around its perimeter. The coil can be the same one used for receiving the output when the device is running. Sweet claimed that the frequency of this conditioning signal would determine the natural resonant frequency of the self-running device. It will be interesting to investigate why this scalar excitation is necessary. In some embodiments, two smaller diameter bifilar coils were placed on the face of the ceramic block instead of perimeter windings, as a footnote. Abruptly pulse the block with a huge magnetic pulse from a standard wound perimeter coil by discharge from a large capacitor. The ideal timing would be at the peak of the 60 circle signal driving the bifilar coil. Be careful here, an electric shock could be lethal. If the barium ferrite block is already a permanent magnet, then the magnetic pulse should be of the opposite polarity. The pulse will flip the domains at the ceramic's periphery nearest the coil windings. If the abrupt pulse fails to loosen any grains, turn the block over and repeat the conditioning. The last step is intended to create many microscopic cracks near the ceramic's periphery to yield free-moving grains. Clearly, some trial and error is required to get the conditioning right. If the ceramic cracks too much, it could crumble, or the cracks would be too wide to support fractal emission. If not cracked enough, there could be no grain motion at all. The following suggestions will help the investigation of proper conditioning. Next group, I think then we're halfway through. 1. Work with small ceramic pieces at first. Many blocks could easily crumble or crack too much during the trials to find the proper stimulation that makes only microscopic cracks. 2. If grains are moving easily, then moving the magnetic field can be readily observed with magnetic green paper viewing film, a commercially plastic film designed to image magnetic fields. The image should easily move like a large magnetic bubble in response to a weak stimulating magnetic field from a small handheld magnet brought nearby. An unconditioned ceramic would not manifest such motion since the domains of a permanent magnet do not easily shift. This comparison would be an indication of success. An unconditioned ceramic can act as a control sample for the experiment. If the permanent barium ferrite magnet is used where one faces north and the other south, the magnetic field on the surface should be as uniform as possible to get the best results. Before conditioning a block, Sweet would carefully measure and map the magnetic field on its surface, hoping for a deviation of less than 5%. A uniform block will condition symmetrically and thus more likely to be able to support the peripheral energy circulation. A surprising energy activity should be observable on any oscilloscope from a pickup coil placed directly above the material. Fractal emission plasma is known to persist for hours. A freshly conditioned ceramic would manifest electrical activity even in the absence of grain motion. When grain motion occurs, an anomalously large pickup would then be observed. This would constitute confirmation of the fractal emission hypothesis. If the fractal emission hypothesis is correct, it opens the possibility for a host of other experiments using other materials. Barium ferrite was selected because it is a dielectric and can thus trap the fractal emission plasma. Typically, magnetic materials are conductive and they would dissipate any charge clusters produced. However, other permanent magnetic materials could work as long as they are electrical insulators and could be successfully conditioned to have moving grains. Generalizing further, any dielectric material, not necessarily magnetic, could be used as long as the grain motion that stimulates the fractal emission plasma can be controlled. Example, an electret or piezoelectric material where an external electric field controls the grain motion, or even a neutral ceramic where sonic means are used to synchronize grain motion. Of course, in each case, the trick would be to properly crack the material into having freely movable grains that induce fractal emission. Confirming the fractal emission hypothesis sets the stage for discovery of a wide range of solid-state devices that could tap the zero-point energy. In summary, the empirical studies of shoulders in Korea have brought zero-point energy research to a new plateau where the hypothesis of charge cluster EV formation could be the key for successfully creating zero-point energy machines. By examining many energy inventions with this hypothesis in mind, a pattern arises for techniques to extract the EV energy. Most inventions rectify the EV pulses as they decay. Some mechanically react to an explosive event from an abrupt transition from matter to plasma that likely form EV plasmoids. Some extract the heat the EVs produce when they decay. Possibly the most efficient means might be to trap the EVs in a material and couple them. Fractal emission might be a means to produce and trap the EV plasmoids, and the invention of SWEET might qualify as the most elegant embodiment of a free energy device in the history of the field. SWEET's discovery has the potential to become a paradigm-shifting experiment because its apparent simplicity could allow widespread replication. It all depends on rediscovering the barium ferrite conditioning process. If it becomes easy to create freely moving grains and even small pieces of the ceramic, and if such grain motion does produce some energetic activity, then it is only a matter of engineering to increase the effect to where an appreciable self-running demonstration can be invented again. Once the fractal emission EV hypothesis is experimentally confirmed, other means can be engineered to create reliable and robust energy machines. Perhaps most importantly, the discovery of a paradigm-shifting experiment will require a team effort. The experiment must replicate widely to have lasting impact, and this will require willing cooperation among researchers to help each other succeed. It is our harmonious participation that will manifest a zero-point energy experiment capable of transforming the planet.
Wow. And that is so amazing. And we have the authors sitting here, and those words are beautiful. Hey, Carmen, you're
I'm
almost
almost in
crying.
tears.
I know you are. I can feel it.
To let you know,
And-
Dustin's here, so if you want to
Oh,
Yeah, and
cool.
Moray, my dad and Walt Rosenthal had a very close relationship. Very, very close.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
You're on mute, Moray. You're on mute. Yeah.
Yes, and notice the other name I acknowledged, Don Watson.
Don Watson, yes.
Yes.
That name rings a bell too. Not as
so
much.
I'll tell the story.
Yeah.
Since Tom Bearden encountered Sparky in the 80s, right, and he recognized right away the significance of Sparky had.
Yep.
But at the time, Sparky didn't want did not control his input very well. That drove the circuit, and he would often crumble away his blocks. He would just turn to powder.
Okay.
And so Walt was an electrical engineer who was recruited to participate in the project. And there was two big energy conferences in the 90s, I think the early 90s, where the speakers were invited to come at a retreat. And it was two well-funded conferences by wealthy donors. So it was a beautiful experience. And so it was the second one that Walt Rosenthal brings Donnie Watson, right, who was just a kid. And why was he there? He wasn't a scheduled speaker or not. And that first night he sat across the table from me, and I noticed, well, he didn't even have any dinner. What's up with that? So we start talking, and he said, "Oh yeah, he's crashing the party." And and then he told me a story at dinner. So I felt sorry for him. So I immediately shared half my food with him. Right. And so
That's nice of you.
you're right. I befriended him right away. And so what happened was Sparky was very, very paranoid about others taking the invention. So he didn't want to share. So even though I had a personal visit with Sparky at his home, one-on-one, where we talked the whole afternoon, I could see that I just felt in the back of my mind, I can't trust everything he says, because he would say to me, because I would ask him, can't you throw a bone to science? One magnet, a coil, let them do it. And he would always say, no, if they could do it, what would they need me for? So he, I felt so sorry for him. His self-esteem was such that he couldn't couldn't
Yeah.
let it go. And I said, here you are, you're in mid-80s, very bad heart. You know you're not going to last very long, and still you can't throw a bone to science. That's the phrase I use. No, no, I can't do it. And so we all agreed at the conference that, boy, if we have to just piece together as best we can what we were told. So we'd integrate what they were told. Walt was the closest to the project and was to help with it. But they had trouble with the idea of conditioning. But Sparky didn't want to talk about to anybody how to condition the blocks. So
Right.
Sparky gave me his version of what he's doing, but I knew in the back of my mind, don't trust everything he says. He might, etc.
Yeah.
And Walt was at the project. But what? So Donnie Watson contacts. Here's Winda that I guess I'm not quite sure who he contacted first. Maybe Bearden, who was the one publicizing it. Contacts Walt, and his story was he heard of the device. He would take these little blocks, little pieces of barium ferrite, which you could readily get at the time, right? And
Yeah.
he had a little kit from Edmund Scientific, and so it had a little doer of liquid nitrogen. I think was to study superconductors was the point of the kit, the little kit to study super. So he would dip blocks of barium ferrite into the liquid nitrogen. He would put it on top of a Tesla coil, right, with the little sphere as a toy Tesla coil.
Yeah.
Fire it up and turn out the lights to watch it glow in the dark.
Okay.
That was kind of his roots. And
Plasma
then he
lights.
noticed that he could then take the block, this little block of barium ferrite. I don't know if you can see my hands or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And put the green paper on it, and notice, oh, look, I can wiggle the bubble with a little hand magnet from the side, just a weak little toy magnet. And he would wiggle what he called the bubble, the image of the magnetic domains coming from the barium ferrite. And so that story kind of got him invited into the group, especially I think after can't remember the date that Sparky died. It might have mid 90s, but in either case, he became invited. And so Walt himself, who was scheduled to speak at the conference, and that's why he was at the retreat. And there was also a Mike Watson coming from England who was trying to do replication work. His electrical engineer in England was flown in to participate, and he was scheduled to speak at the conference too. So Donnie tells me the story kind of at the retreat, and this is where we're just talking to the speakers at each other. And I remember very distinctly, we're supposed to break up into action groups. And I think Hal Puthoff had the theory table and everything else. But I noticed everybody came to our table, the Sparky Suite device table.
Of course.
Puthoff gave up on his table. Nobody came, so he joined us. So, and Donnie Watson told the story at the table, to his experience, right?
Yeah.
And so Mike Watson was glad to hear Donnie Watson because he's scheduled to speak on his progress on what independent replication of the Sparky Suite device. So he gave half his time to Donnie because he only had a bus to report. He says, I failed. I didn't really get anywhere. And where Donnie was saying, well, at least I got that far. I conditioned my little toy pieces. I did the freezing thing.
Yeah.
And I got the what I call getting to first base. Can you get it such that you wiggle the image just with something weak from the side? Yeah. That's just getting to first base on the Sparky project, right? That's why Kleinman. So in a way, Donnie,
this stuff too, right? This is the film that you're talking about right here, the green paper. I got it from Bob Lazar.
Yeah. And it's very standard, by the way, to
yep,
image
exactly.
field,
Yep.
right? So standard E stuff that knows that. So we have Walt invited to help stabilize it. See, standard engineer, I know how to rectify outputs, control an input, don't overdrive something. So that was like cakewalk for standard engineering. So that was easy. Sparky is more like an inventor type trial and error type of thing, even though I believe he had I think an engineering degree and definitely employed, was a power engineer. He never did tell the story. How'd you stumble on this, Sparky? You know, he never would tell me, what'd you do to make you even explore this, right? And then I'm thinking about the freezing step, and I don't know. He wouldn't talk about it. He didn't
Right.
want, but and so I'm just getting clues from everybody and piecing it together. But we all agreed, boy, we can't. We have to record whatever we learned. So that paper, that final chapter, and I've had two earlier chapters talking about the Sparky Suite device. That was coming from a lot of private communication with Walt and Donnie. To me, and I said I got to record whatever, you know, the best ideas that we had at the time, because I said this is too good just to let it go, because when Sparky died, right, there was no replication, and we all agreed, oh gosh, we got to try to salvage this as best we can. So that final paper that you just read was the attempt to gather all our ideas together. Okay, and this is the best we have so far on what the condition is apart. I'm the one that provided the fractal emission moving grain hypothesis.
Yes, because that's it. You're bingo.
And and it was ironic that I heard about Sparky. The second conference, I was dedicating that presentation to the fractal emission hypothesis to explain the rotating grains and things like that, et cetera, to apply the hypothesis to Sweet's device. So it was coincidental. So I picked that independently. I didn't know what other people were picking on that. So I arrived. Donnie Watson arrives with his story that I learned at that first dinner. And then Walt I knew about from Tom Bearden. You know, his role in it. So it was because he crashed the party basically, and he bunked up with Walt in Walt's room right at the retreat, and so we all shared food with Donnie, so he didn't starve. Right, the whole group was sharing food by this time. Right, got a pet squirrel, everybody feed him. Right, so
that's amazing.
And do we know where Donnie Watson is now?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Good question. And so after Sparky dies, there's more to the story. Well, there's a lot of side stories to this, but in fact, I have to hit you with the most impressive side story was what came along later. I think 2010 timeframe. I'll hit you. Remind me to do that.
Definitely.
Brian Ahern is the key name, an MIT professor. I'll circle back. Let me finish the Donnie story. And so that's basically, that summary in the paper was the best I could produce. Talking with Donnie on the phone, talking with Walt on the phone. So we're brainstorming, and I'm writing it up. It's the best that we could piece together on Sparky's conditioning process. In view of my hypothesis on grain motion. Everybody else was talking about domains, right? Magnetic domains. I'm the only one that did the grains, right? Yeah, I'm hoping so. So there's okay. So fast forward, after Sparky died, nobody seemed to get much replication. And I remember Donnie was invited. There was a funding person ran this little meeting. It was just people involved in the project. Well, Tom Beard and Walt Rosenthal. Donnie was invited to the meeting. I think Toby Groats was there at the meeting. So you'll have this where they're trying to say, okay, now that he's passed away, how are we going to replicate? So they were brainstorming that. And I asked Donnie on the phone, well, didn't you say much? He says, no, they didn't ask me anything. And you're sitting there like a bump on the log. And I said, man, you got the best of the conditioning experience and focusing over on that. You didn't say anything. Why not? And he says, well, kind of Tom Bearden was dominating every other people were just dominating with their ideas on what to do for the presentation. So they never asked him. So he politely never spoke up. Right. And that was so he had the most on least the freezing step, especially. Right.
The magic sauce.
Maybe And so now flash forward to so basically when no replication was successful, they tried. There was a funder behind Sparky who ran the meeting, trying to let's see if we can make it go again, and they weren't able to. So out of the blue, Brian Ahern, record that name because you can use it. MIT Cold Fusion Conference. Brian Ahern spoke, and this is how I even caught wind that he existed. Somebody gave me a tip, like I just giving you. There was a 2010 type of time frame, so I can't remember the exact date. But I can hunt it down with a Google search. He was a speaker, so he's a professor at MIT, and he discovered he was contacted by Manelis, was the last name, author, I think is the first name author, Manelis, who did a successful, independently, Sparky Suite type replication, I believe with strontium ferrite, because they banned, after the Sparky story, they banned barium ferrite as a material. They say, oh, that's too dangerous, that's poisonous. And even though it was in all the magnets for disk drives, the old-fashioned disk drives that move the head back and forth, it was readily available. So you go to a junkyard, get to an old machine, big mainframe machine, and you just grab blocks out of there. So they banned it. I said, I wonder if they banned it because the Sparky Suite device. But no worries. They in their wisdom, they still allow us to get barium enemas. So
yeah, that's right. Oh my God, that's great.
So it's banned. It's banned for free energy research. So he used blocks of strontium, obviously did something, and Brian was amazed, and so Brian Ahern did experiments, longevity, isolation, make sure there's no cheating on Arthur Manelis's device. Could we charge up a car battery and things like that? This is nature of experiments. So Brian Ahern is telling the story at the MIT conference on this, and he even was invited to conference on future energy and with the Tesla conference of pre-COVID a few years back. I got to meet him in person, Brian, where he told a similar story, the Manelis device. And once again, Manelis died, right? Abruptly died in midst of remaking it. This is so bizarre because everybody was surprised. This blew us away as engineers. Okay, you got your bird in hand here. You're demoing it. You want to remake a better one. Well, don't touch that one. Start again. And do another one. Don't go hand over hand. Don't lose your success, because we kind of knew this thing's a bit fragile. We're not sure what the conditioning is. I don't recall any talks about freezing, right? As I was asking them to freeze it. So they don't, and Brian has a domain hypothesis talking about his theory of magnetic domains he's an electrical engineering professor, so he's really pretty sophisticated on his ideas, trying to explain it. And so there they had the bird in hand. Manelis kind of reworks it. He wants to rework the wiring and everything else. And then he has a heart attack and abruptly dies, leaving them with no machine. Right. And it just blew us away. I mean, we're just amazed that he wasn't using common sense to preserve it. He was just trying to, quote, improve it by rewinding it or something else, and it's gone. And so there's the weird follow-up story, well witnessed by Brian, who was just amazed that he was a standard professor. All of a sudden, his socks were knocked off from the entire story. He investigated, so very, very believed. So I think in the meantime, somebody can just get on the web right now and just hunt down that link to the YouTube that were Brian Ahern. So his last name's unusual enough. I think Brian Ahern, MIT, cold fusion. If those words are put in the search, you can get to that YouTube of his presentation.
Yeah, you can do it right now.
Yeah, do it right now and see if you can.
YouTube Brian who? Brian
Ahern, Ahern. So the last name is the important link because his
Brian.
name's
Spell it again.
Ahern.
ERN.
Brian Ahern, cold fusion, MIT.
Cold fusion. I'll put a cold.
And then MIT.
What's it doing there? Just put that. It just put.
They don't want you. They don't want you to research.
Happy
The,
birthday.
the AI is looking to suppress it.
That,
And then
yeah,
at
exactly.
MIT,
MIT.
yeah, space. Yeah, there you go.
Whoa! Look at that. I mean, it just.
Well, you know what it's doing? Yeah, it's filling it in for you. So you have to be careful to click on before you hit the search.
Nanomagnetism energy production.
There you go.
That one there.
And
That it?
that nonlinear. Let's see if we can find those
I have to
slides look
share that.
familiar
I have to
because
share
they
the. Gone.
so they're the important thing is the search words.
Right.
And then you can hunt down his particular talk that he gave at MIT.
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
All right, and so hit skip so we can see which one we're.
Let's just
Because
look.
he gave so he's given a number of talks on this. So that's the good news. He did.
Yeah.
And so the MIT one was my original experience. Well, my original introduction to all of this. Boy, I was thrilled. We didn't lose it. So another inspired inventor, and who knows, I've seen this so much that certain people are just inspired to do the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I call them dream machines. Sometimes they're not even trained in anything. They just do it, right?
I'll just put that in the chat. I'll put that in the chat.
Yeah.
Cool. Brendan, while you have that up, maybe we can watch that little clip.
What I'll do is I'll put it on. I'll do it on my laptop to get the volume. That's
okay. Now I think that may be a half hour long or so. I'm not sure how long his presentation.
Okay, cool.
YouTube thing.
Moray, we're going to go to the short Stavati clips that I was talking about, and this will be Chris Beskar, the CEO of Stavati Aerospace, talking to David Wilcock, the director of advanced technology. And there's two of them that we'll watch. One of them talks about the nuclear fusion reactor. The other one talks about double hull technology, how when they build these spacecraft, there's an outer hull and an inner hull. There's a plasma in between, and it's manipulated. And this plasma and this double hull configuration is something that Chris Beskar actually developed at Area 51. But interestingly enough, in an interview with him, we showed him Paul Laviolette's monopole elevator, which is exactly the same thing. So we can talk about that a little bit after. But let's go to my channel, Brendan.
$100 million program.
I'll put that in the chat. That one in the chat.
Yeah, we won't watch that because it's long. And
I was going to watch it. I was just going to put a few seconds of it on. Don't worry.
Okay.
I'll just so we go to Technology Envoy.
Yeah, and then those go to the shorts, and the ones with the highest numbers, those two, we'll watch those two. And this will give Moray a lot more information as to who these people are and stuff.
Now, David Wilcox, I recall reading a book by him. What was his website again?
Divine something.
Divine Cosmos.
David Wilcox website? Divine what?
Divine Cosmos. Divine.
Okay.
Yeah. He's written multiple books. He's also claimed that he's the reincarnate Edgar Cayce. He had a lot to do with the Association for Research and Enlightenment that Edgar Cayce started. Right. I actually was part of that. I was a member of it as well, but I didn't know David Wilcock at that time because he was down there. I met him probably 6-7 years ago or something. I started having contact with him. In that.
He later said Edgar Cayce split up into a number of fragments, and he was one of the fragments or something. I heard him say that one time.
Okay. I just know that he said he was the reincarnate.
He got quite stick for that. He found it difficult. This is back in 2010-11. He was getting a lot of stick for that.
I don't know about fragments, but yeah, because the soul doesn't really fragment like that. But yeah.
No, it doesn't fragment. Either the soul, the higher self, and advanced souls, they can split up into higher self and split up into two or three people in different places.
Interesting.
If they want
Jane
to
Roberts
accelerated learning,
wrote about that. The Seth material, Jane Roberts. It was like my first introduction. I really liked it. It's in the
Shorts,
70s,
Brendan, right? Shorts. Okay, now go to that one. Let's watch that one, and then the other one. That one. Yep.
It was also filed by the same guy, Salvatore Pius. Isn't this strange? Just go back to the slide. September 26, 2019, the Navy publishes Salvatore Pius's patent for a free energy device. And here, right from the top page of the drive, look at this, folks. What we're seeing in figures 1 and 2 is the core of this free energy system. And you got these needles that are coming to points, and they're probably creating what, Chris?
Well, exactly. It's similar to a charge cluster, and it'll generate, tremendous levels of energy, maybe 0 point energy. It's a 0 point energy tapping mechanism.
So they've given us something that would completely free the world from the need to pay for energy. Of course, we are interested in. And, I can talk about the kinds of... They have a patent on this technology. It was also filed by the same guy, Salvatore Pius. Okay. Isn't this strange? Just go back to the slide. September 26, 2019, the Navy publishes Salvatore Pius's patent for a free energy device. And here, right from the top page of the drive, look at this, folks. What we're seeing in figures 1 and 2 is the core of this free energy system. And you got these needles that are coming to points, and they're probably creating what, Chris?
Well, exactly. It's similar to a charge cluster, and it'll generate, tremendous levels of energy, maybe 0 point energy. It's a 0 point energy tapping mechanism.
So they've given us something that would completely free the world from the need to pay for energy, I guess, right?
Yes.
Once you've built these...
Once again, there's a patent that's available to build a device that will solve all the world's energy problems. Yeah,
it's incredible. And what they actually say here is that you can get up to a terawatt out of these devices. The drive says this, for as little as 1,000 watts of input power. And just to give you a comparison of what a terawatt is, it's 1,000 gigawatts, right? So the Palo Verde nuclear plant only generates 4 gigawatts. So the Palo Verde nuclear plant, we'll bring up some images of this for B-roll that I don't have in the slides, but it was also filed by...
So go to the next one now.
Isn't this strange? Just go back to the slide.
And Moray, I have all of this. Like that was just a short clip taken out of a big long section that I have, but I can't share it because it's passcoded and whatnot. So that's why I've been doing these little clips, essentially.
What's the name of the inventor? Salvatore Pius. I don't know. How do you spell all that?
P-A-I-S.
Yep. And I can send you all the Salvatore Pius patents. I have them all. And I'm actually an expert on the Salvatore Pius patents. That's why I was asked on the worldwide satellite radio with 1 million people listening back in 2023.
And Salvador is spelled like the...
S-A-L...
No, Salvatore. T-O-R-E.
That's a T. Yeah.
Thank you, Carmen.
S-A-L.
If I'm not mistaken,
S-A-L-V-A-T-O-R-E.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, nowhere in the patents that Salvador was allowed to publish is there any description or discussion about potentials associated with EVs.
Yeah, charge clusters. That's why we're doing this. And again, Chris gave us all this information, right? So that's why exactly we're doing this. This next one is going to talk about how EVs are used in levitation.
So the patent. Yeah, let me ask more about the patent. The patent is published, so you could go to Google Patents and bring up.
There's 5. I'll send them to you. There's 5 of them actually. One of them is free energy. One of them is anti-gravity. The other one is room temperature superconductors, which I actually have some here. I can show you. I've had them for a very long time.
A SQK book if you want, most up-to-date one.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So we can
that's 5th edition with team notes that I've the SQK book. So let me just.
Yeah. Well, no, let's watch, Brendan. Let's watch this other one, please. Let's. So watch the second one. This is the anti-gravity part of the Pius patents, and again, Chris Beskar and Pete Peterson worked at Area 51 on all this technology, and that's why Stavati is allowed to bring it out now, like 30 years later, essentially. And I was the one that brought Stavati out to the public, right? So let's watch that last one.
Well, Moray, are you okay to put your email in the chat?
Sure.
Yeah, that'd be great.
This one here, Eddie. This one here.
The last one.
Last one here. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, this is David Wilcock, and I am here in our undisclosed location.
You can hear it, okay?
Yep. Yep.
And this is the future, folks. This is where we're going to be prototyping your hover car. We would like to have it ready for commercial development at an affordable price in the not too distant future, hopefully within 4 years, and a working prototype within 1 year. As you can see, I was not lying to you when I said that this is all happening. This is a obviously real facility with a cement reinforced roof, and it's a very nice hangar. It's got a lot of space and a lot of cool things we can do here. Hello! And here it's got some incredible echo. So we are very excited about how this is moving forward, and we will be hoping to sell you hover cars very soon.
Yeah, and then Brandon, there's going to be one more. If you show them all to me, I'll try and figure out which one it is. The double hull technology, and maybe after that we'll watch one more.
We are interested in, and I can talk about the kinds of Space Force things that we're working on with Stavati.
Okay, that'd be a great way to end out our episode here.
Sure. Well, it's stuff that isn't declassified because we're doing it on a commercial level, and we're raising the bar. And by that, the Navy patents are exciting, but I'm interested in when we get to see the vehicle, or if they do in fact have these materials they claim they have, and of course they cast such a large net that to do some things you may need to work within their patent or license it. Then again, if I've already put out in the public domain, which I have, a double-hulled aircraft with a cold plasma core, well, they can't get you for that because that's prior art. And
there you go.
One of the challenges that patents have is when the patent office fails to identify prior art. And
I forgot to say this, Chris, but you just made me think of something I wanted to have. Some other slides that I didn't have enough time to get before we did this because I got inspired and did this quickly. But they said that if they didn't file these Salvatore Pius patents, that the Chinese were going to patent all this stuff and that we would be paying them forever to use these devices in the future.
Well, they'd have to patent it here. But it's a problem.
So they had to beat the Chinese to it.
That's what they were saying. Art problem, or they would have to demonstrate that it's out there already, that it's already been disclosed. And if you disclose something and it's duplicated, it's prior art, and this is a problem anybody has. I mean, as I mentioned, if you invent something and you put it out in public, and then you decide to patent it 2 years later, that's not going to work because they're going to tell you you have 1 year, it's 2 years, it's now prior art. That's unfortunate. Too bad for you. So that's always a bit of a tricky challenge. So there's a question as to why patent people file patents the way they do, especially the Navy. Of course, we are interested in. And, I can talk about the kinds of Space Force things that we're working on with Stavati.
So that's the end of that one. And then maybe
our episode here.
Sure. Well,
I think...
So why isn't it prior art? The aliens have already done it prior.
Well, or they've done it in the Black Projects with he's really referring to Ken Shoulder's work as being prior art, actually, because I've talked to him personally about that. Yeah. I think it's the 122 one. 122 views.
They have a patent on this technology. So if you want to use this approach, presumably you need to license the technology from them and pay them a royalty or come to some sort of agreement. So it's interesting that they would do such a thing. And the question is, are they actually developing a craft that does this, or are they being a patent troll? And if you're familiar with what a patent troll is, it's a party that will go forth and get a patent that they never plan on actually using. But if somebody actually goes out and develops this kind of technology, they'll go after you.
It's like domain name, right?
Yeah,
when they steal your domain name, same kind
of
thing. Okay.
That
God, that's
doesn't
horrible.
work out. So, if the Navy actually has this kind of device that they're building, well, that's fantastic. And they've disclosed to everybody how it works. And if you replicate it, you better get a license from them before you do so.
So just to reiterate this for cinematic effect, you are now saying that what Salvatore Pais is filing a patent for, which anybody can develop, is an identical system to, or very similar system to what is in the SM-36 Stauma briefings of stuff that you were working on 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was part of our active stealth technology, and that had other benefits. And that's one of the things we alluded to, but you don't publish that in 2001.
Okay.
You don't say that in addition to being useful in stealth technology, you might have other characteristics. But, so it's the whole concept of having a double-hulled flying machine, and in between those two sandwich hulls, you have a plasma cavity. That's essentially what that is. And what do you do to the plasma? That's it.
I'm just curious.
Manipulate the plasma.
I'm just curious, and maybe you can't answer this question because I know there's a lot of questions you can't answer right now, but that's okay. In the future, I hope we can do a lot more. But were you the inventor of this, or was this something that was shown to you in documents that had already been worked on before?
Well, I was the inventor for that particular application.
Of the double hull.
For having a double hull in aircraft, and one side is a band pass material that you can have radar go through, and the other side is a non-band pass material, and you have a plasma in between. And I'm not certain if they have, I would expect that one side of their vehicle is band pass and the other is not, but perhaps that's not the case.
You developed a precursor that helps this technology evolve.
Focused on active plasma. They have a patent on this technology. So if you want to approach,
so Moray, that's
license the technology from them and pay them.
And there's much more information on my Technology Envoy channel where this is. Multiple interviews. In fact, Lacey, who's in our group right now, did one of the interviews with him. He's probably the most brilliant scientist on the planet, and he's the one that knows the most about charge clusters because he was in a business partnership with Ken Shoulders. But here's the thing. He told me that they're not using the Pais patent information that came out of the Navy. They're using Ken Shoulders patents to produce all of these effects. So what's going on here is the Navy is bringing it out here and bringing it forward. Well, the real truth is back here with Chris and the stuff that we're talking about. And that's typical of the military, because when I was in there, it was the same thing. We always had, this is the cover thing, what we're doing, but this is really what we're doing over here, essentially. So that's kind of what's going on with that. Yeah. We might try and get you and Chris together if you're cool with that, Moray.
Yeah. It would be fun.
Yeah, and because of the connection to Ken Shoulders again, so like I said, I'm going to get John Hutchison connected with Chris, because John never knew about Stavati either, because it was all classified. It's the same reason why you never knew about it. Ken Shoulders probably knew about it, though, but it was classified, so he never talked about it, perhaps. When was the last time, or when did you have contact with him, Ken Shoulders?
He's passed away since. I think I stayed out there in the year 2000. That's when I was visiting him.
Okay.
And then he did a cross-country car trip to visit researchers. And I think 2005 or 2006, approximately. And that's where when he came to our area, he stayed with me a couple days. I know he stayed with us in 2000, earlier, 2000, but you asked the last time.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at, say I give my talk on cascade discharges in 2006.
Okay.
So that means, and was inspired by his visit with me approximately either was the year before or that year, but if I'm talking at the Tesla conference, I need time to prep it. So it could have been in 2005. Anyway, that's my recollection.
That is so cool. Yeah.
And then he also stayed with my friend in Salt Lake for a few days, and then he moved on. His goal was to maybe disclose personally. He didn't really put this in writing, right? The Cascade story, and he said, yeah, go talk about it at the conference, right? And so and then another one was a vortex story where he would circulate a small vortex of water and then shoot an EV right down the vortex.
Oh, wow.
And he got made the whole vortex very powerful. And he says, it's so powerful and so concentrated because the vortex concentrates at the tip. He said they had no way of tapping. He said anything it would hit, it would destroy, it would just crater it, right?
Yeah.
And he used the analogy. It says it's like shooting a bullet at a windmill blade.
Ooh.
Is the analogy that oh yeah, you're trying to harvest the mechanical force of this. And of course, it's too concentrated; it just destroys the blade of the windmill, right? It's not going to move the windmill. And so it was hopes that okay, an ionized vortex, but the ionized vortex, a vortex of ions, and that sort of thing, that has been an archetype. It's been kicked for the whole 0 point energy idea from the beginning, and I cited it very early on when I started in the 70s. It's straight out of a textbook, basically. And when they talk about the interaction of elementary particles, this is quantum electrodynamics. It's in fact textbook graduate physics. In the 70s, I just got it out of the library at Penn, just was reading it, and they said they talked about vacuum polarization. That's their phrase for the interaction of particles with the 0 point energy vacuum, right? And then they'll go off in their quantum electrodynamics and their et cetera, their renormalization theories and all that to make the infinities go away. And they said the vacuum polarization of a nuclear particle, nucleus, like a proton, for example, is the simplest, versus the electron in the conduction band. He said electrons are more like smeared charged clouds.
Okay.
They're essentially in thermodynamic equilibrium with the 0 point energy. So normal electron conduction in copper or the conductors, you're pretty well in equilibrium. So no net energy exchange would occur that would accumulate energy for you. But the nuclei, they have steep lines of vacuum polarization converging on the particle. And so if you have a group of those particles moving coherently, right, all of a sudden you could get macroscopic vacuum energy effects. And this was the hypothesis presented by T. Henry Moray to explain his device. He called them ion oscillations on the right. Now your video just froze.
Yeah, your video. Yeah.
Did I freeze too?
You froze too. Yeah.
Did my sound freeze?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, yay! I'm saying something significant. Yeah,
exactly.
It censored me, right?
Moray, just to say, I've successfully sent Paul Lavillette's SQK book, the most up-to-date edition.
Oh, cool.
That was, you said Paul, is that Lavilette?
Paul Lavilette. So I can quickly just show you here.
You should send him Secrets of Anti-Gravity Propulsion too.
Yeah. So we have this disconnect, right? We talked about it earlier between we have all these wonderful advanced technologies. It was essentially gifted to us. We built our own. We have our own UAPs and whatever. Versus mankind's not even allowed to have a little demo experiment. Not even allowed to have like the 5-watt nuclear battery by Paul Brown. Mankind had not ready for it, and yet clearly people cannot just readily build these things at all, right? And so you're not, even if disclosed, most people wouldn't be able to do anything with them. You would have to, engineering facility and et cetera. It'd be more advanced to do any of these advanced devices. In fact, anything that tries to control plasma,
Yeah,
plasma
exactly.
oscillations, even at Moray's level, it's not easy,
It's
right? And Paul
dangerous
Brown,
too, right?
yeah, Paul Brown had the same problem, right? He
Yeah.
says, I asked him, because he was using Moray's principles. Let's get the ions oscillating, right? You're
Yeah.
repeating that. And the Hubbard device, which was, in a sense, predates T. Henry Moray. Hubbard hit the scene in 1919, that time frame.
Yeah.
He became famous. So this is before any real free energy manifestation. Of course, Tesla was doing ball lightning and things like that, but he never made an energy machine. Says, behold, excess energy comes from. So I would say Hubbard was the first as a 16-year-old kid, and he didn't really know any science. And so, what
Wow.
was his story? How did you think of this? He said, angels gave it to me, had a
Uh-huh.
visitation.
That's
Right.
cool.
And I said, well, that's a good story because it means we're supposed to have it. Mankind's supposed to have it.
Yeah.
So he does. Moray's independent. He's over in Salt Lake. So this is up in Seattle. And then the reason it became famous is because a professor at UW, University of Washington, um, uh, witnessed it. Was doing the experiments with it. Part of let's make a boat that runs on the little bay there to show that we're decoupled from any energy source and you're really powering the boat.
Yep.
Things like that. The story readily working with radioactive material, especially radium, which is readily available, glow in the dark paint, right? That's how they made the little glow in the dark watches and clocks to make, and so it was readily available. And then they found out later, this can cause cancer and ill health. And so I asked Paul Brown, right? He says Moray was using that extensively. It was readily available. Hubbard was using it in his device. You just get it the chemical supply, right?
Yeah.
No, there was nothing wrong with it at all in their minds at the time. And so that was their means to make the background plasma. And the nice thing about an alpha emitter, right? It emits alpha particles real fast, and they kind of drag electrons away from your environment and and you make the plasma, so you're left with a residual of positive ions in your plasma. And now you start to oscillate them, you get all these big effects. They become the so-called clutch into the 0 point energy. That's why that plasma ion acoustic mode experiments, they show energetic anomalies, excess energy. But standard science doesn't research, did I have more energy out coming from that than I put in to make the plasma? Because they know, that's impossible, so they don't even look, right? So they have it, but Moray's the one that really milked it with the explanation on his tubes, the Moray tube. So on the Paul Brown experiment, they had the simpler device. And so I asked Paul, I says, you're working with radium, you're giving your talks to people at the conference. You sound like a harmless device, a 5-watt nuclear battery, right? Based on this Hubbard-like remake, maybe in smaller form than Hubbard had. And I said, well, how many people call you on that you want to explain it strictly with tapping radioactive material in a quote coherent fashion, because I have a resonance circuit that's tapping it. And I said, because if you just look it up and run the numbers, radium is extremely weak, a 1 Curie source. And I said, if you even assumed 100% conversion, all of your mass to energy, and you were tapping 100% of it in the thought experiment, the most you could get out of your device would be 5 milliwatts. That's all it could produce. So how many listeners in the audience call you on that? And right, says there's something else is going on, right?
Yeah.
Because you're claiming 5 watts. And he says, well, and I'm one-on-one with Paul after the conference, we're sharing a cab back to the airport to go home. So I'm sitting with him before in the cab and with him before he gets on his flight.
Cool.
We're just talking about the story, and I said this. He said, well, the story's a lot deeper than that. So, but the short answer to your question is a normal audience, maybe 1 in 100. If I'm talking maybe to engineers that know nuclear science, maybe 10% of them will call me on it. The numbers don't add up. You had to have that memorized, that little fact that you knew that. He says, but that's not the story. We were trying to make a 100-watt device with this original hub. That was the goal of the company, to make the 100-watt device.
Yeah.
And the problem was we would have surges of power, and as we oscillate the plasma, we could have surges of power to just burn up the device. We couldn't control it.
They needed feedback to control it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's tough. You really get it going, all of a sudden you got the surge. So it's a tough problem, right, to work with the plasma. He said, but what we could do, we could stabilize it under 10 watts. About 10 watts, we could stabilize it. So what the company decided to do, well, let's sell this as a 5-watt nuclear battery. Big market for that, satellites, buoys, like there's a battery that will never burn out, and it just lasts forever. Well, it's a 5-watt nuclear. We'll advertise it's just nuclear power, so we're hiding all the ZPE ideas and anything else like that. It just so we could go to market with it. So it sounded pretty harmless, right? So the next thing I hear, 2003, he's dead. His
driven off the road.
The brakes of his racing cars. I couldn't believe this. This part of Paul Brown I didn't realize, and I would have lectured him on it too. He had a hobby of drag racing. He had two cars, right? And so I heard the story around the death in 2003 because he was scheduled to speak at the Conference on Future Energy 2003. That was a seminal conference for me. That's where I first met Steve Greer, for example, right?
Okay.
And he was to speak there, but then he was killed in the car crash. So and they know it was murder because the other car that was left in the garage, its brake linings were cut as well as the race car.
Wow.
But the lecture I would have given him, I said, "What the hell are you doing? Street drag racing, right? If you really want to do that, there's isolated places and tracks where you can play games like that. But what the hell are you doing? You got a family you're raising? You got a daughter? Blah blah blah." I would have read him the riot act if
I'm guilty. That my shirt says performance team. I for 10 years I built engines and built race cars and drag race. I've raced since I was little.
Yeah, I had a friend that was a mechanic here in town.
One thing I wanted to tell you, Moray, was how you were talking about how the particles come in existence and then out of existence at the very lowest level. Well, what it is it's the Turing wave actually that is going from space-time where we are to time-space and then back again, and it's actually inverting on itself and coming back out again. That's the theory of subquantum kinetics.
Yeah,
that's
and three. Right? Did I have the subquantum mechanics have 3 dimensions of time?
Yep.
In addition to 3 dimensions of space.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Paul LaViollette's theory.
Yep.
Well, Chip, were you aware of that? Paul LaViolette likewise had the model, 3 dimensions.
I was. Yeah, I was. But to hear it coupled like Ed described it, this universal reciprocity concept, this engine room, I like very much.
Yeah. The other thing we could bring up, Brendan, if you can find it, is that monopole elevator.
I'm nearly finished studying Moray sequence of anti-gravity propulsion by
and that will be in this actual book. So once Brendan's done that, he'll bring it up. And what happened was, I was having an interview with Chris Beskar, and Brendan brought it up, and we looked at it, and I said, if Paul LaViolette would have patented this in 1994 when he did it, then the Navy would be paying him for these patent rights. And Chris said, Chris goes, yeah, that's how it works.
They would classify it.
Yeah,
you can't submit a patent, they review it and they stamp it top secret. Ken Childers has a hell of a story how he prevented that with the help of his lawyer prior to even submitting the patent. And that's another side story. But they would just classify anything good.
Yeah, and that's absolutely true. So what ended up happening was that Chris said, yes, that is how it works. And he was referring back to that double hull technology that he developed. And he basically admitted that, yes, this is how it works. So Paul had it right. Essentially is what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah. Well, let me say a word about suppression. The pattern to it, right? And an inventor, they don't suppress everybody that's successful, not even close, because a lone inventor typically is too paranoid. if I shared my secret, it would, and loan inventor therefore can never go into business. He can never mature the business beyond that because you have to work with other people and then they would know the secret and you lose my precious, right? That sort of thing. So they leave them alone. You actually have to have it truly working, not just a energy measurement thing. As self-running is desirable, right? That proves it, right? Because you don't need over unity because over unity is output versus input. You close the loop, that's infinite. Right, that ratio is infinite because you don't need any input power to keep it going because you just bleed off some output power to be your input stimulation as part of the system. So, in fact, to me, that's the minimum proof. Don't even bother the skeptical scientific community until they can make self-running themselves with the original experiment, because it's not that hard. If you're truly over 3-to-1 or more over unity, it's straight up engineering to close the loops. You just recruit an electrical engineer to help you if you don't know how, right? It's trivial because you have lots of energy to work with, so you can afford losses. It's not that expensive to close the loop. If it's right near unity, it's very difficult engineering-wise because there's losses everywhere, right? So it becomes spectacular. So I got to back up the stack to where are they suppressed? You have to be together enough as an inventor to have a team around you to go into business and truly threaten to breach the marketplace. Now you're above the bar. You become whack worthy. Now you interfere with business for starters, right? The paradigm, if you share the experiment, certainly the paradigm. And now you get into the nature of suppression. So there's 3 levels of suppression. I talked about this, originally back in 2003 when Stephen Greer was there, because tell you the end of the story. So level 1 is standard academia, where you just smear. They're harmless. They're not going to harm anybody. Just clearly it's impossible. Standard, anything out of the paradigm is impossible. Only what I know of the paradigm is possible. Therefore, it can't exist. I won't even look. Okay. Number 2 is the business one. We have a nice $4 trillion oil industry, and nobody's going to interrupt with it. That's your standard mafia suppression. It's just business, nothing personal, right? Okay. Number 3 is more interesting. This takes us where the classified projects are, am I talking too loud, by the way?
No, it's perfect.
My family says I'm yelling. Okay,
that's perfect.
That's what I get excited. Yeah, right. I talk that. Now, number 3, I would call noble suppression. Right? It says, this is too dangerous for humanity. Right? Like giving matches to the baby. Everything we discussed earlier. Is the human race mature enough to handle, or they just blow themselves up with? Just go to war, another club to be, etc. And so when you release it in the wild, so to speak. Everybody, you don't control every human being on the planet. Everybody can do what they want.
Yeah, that's right.
And it reminds me of Bearden's Nothing Bomb. Right? He presented that, I think, the late 70s at one of the conference. That was the nickname he gave it, which was, this is the weapon because he's military guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So I gave it the nickname, and I would make the joke. It's a hand grenade, right? You pull the pin, you blow up. And I would say, I'm just running the numbers. If I believe 10 to the 93rd grams per cubic centimeter, Wheeler's cutoff number at Planck length, right? So, okay, let's as a thought experiment, just pretend that, right? So you give everybody the nothing bomb, and so if you pull the pin, let's say big supernova worth, right, of explosion, right, and and of course we got to include the kids. So we'll give them, I called it the Whopper. This is a joke I told at the conference on energy. All that's got the Whopper. And we got to include the kids. So we'll give them a little one, the Whopper Junior.
Yeah.
Right. You pull the pin there, it just destroys the Earth. Right. That's good. We get to destroy the solar system. The kid gets destroyed. So everybody has and then they start arguing. Everybody has their Whopper, and they say, and one guy gets this brilliant idea: you make me the grand poobah, which from the Flintstones. Otherwise, I'm going to pull my pin. And the others in the room start arguing. Oh, that's a good idea. No. You make me the grand poobah, or I'll pull my pin. Right. So the adults are arguing. And meanwhile, we got Junior over here trying to watch TV. And so, yeah, you're making too much noise. He just pulls his pen, right? Disturbing my watching the TV. It illustrates in the absurd story the
humanity.
The humanity, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I want power,
Yep.
and I'm willing to die to get it. That was the key thing. Oh, I'm willing to die.
Yeah.
And that's why when mafia tactics are brought to suppression, they always threaten the families. That's the first card to put on table. Not you, because Venner may be wanting to be a martyr. It's fine. I will die for my cause. So they always threaten the family. So that it's and then you look at this and you say, well, this is the behavior of human beings, right? Because they're separate. They think they're all separate.
Yeah,
that's why they're arguing over power. That's the issue. You don't realize we are each other. You're not connected to your advanced intelligence that we are. We're all participating in group mind. That's why telepathy proves it. Oh, we are communicating. We are participating in a greater mind.
Absolutely.
And the poor guys up at the federation level saying, man, what are we going to do about the problem is human race? They're supposed to have free will. This is part of the training process. But these guys are so disconnected from each other, they'll just kill themselves out of their quest for power, right? They're so immature, and yet they're going to destroy themselves anyway if they don't get on with joining the Federation, getting the energy. So it has to be, well, you need to join up with us. And sorry, guys, no more space cowboy. You can't use your power and go out there in your ships and start shooting up the planets, right? And so you immediately are confronted with the primary problem of humanity. You're supposed to have a free will, yet with it you can destroy yourselves. And so therein lies the conundrum. Where if we gift it to you, or if you gift it to yourself. So that's Nobel suppression. Is you're just not mature enough. Sorry, guys, you're just not mature enough. Yet you can have safe devices that are easy to do. They're not that's why I like the pulse devices. Darn, the phone is interrupting my monologue here. And the water experiments, because they don't build up the energy in a resonance where the thing can just run away with the feedback and destroy itself. It's too hard to do anyway. The pulse ones, I'm looking at the water projects. That's why I picked them for the last 10 years, because you're only getting a smidgen of it during the downstroke of the piston, then it quenches. So you're not even building up a resonance. You're getting a bunch of EVs for what's an eighth of them, 8 milliseconds during the downstroke. Give you a little flash of excess energy, helps push the piston there, and now it's quenched, right? And you do it again and again. Now we have a safe device that hobbyists can do. That's why what the theme of the water book was. Here, everybody can do it. You're not building anything up. You're not, and so you're not doing any of the advanced stuff that we hear about that you would need for propulsion and all these advanced ideas. You're not even close to manifesting any excess. And yet you have a safe device for people to build. Yeah. So you're not getting much at all.
It reminds me
on a little generator.
As I say, it reminds me about you were talking about, would humanity be able to handle free energy? Would they blow each other up or something? It reminds me of the Tao Te Ching when it says, if kings and lords could harness the Tao, the whole world would be transformed. People would find their natural place in gentle rainfall, something like that. So it's indicating that it's the rulers, it's the leaders, that if the leaders, if the ruler, like the deep state or the rulers of the planet, the black hats or whatever, if the rulers of the planet could harness the Tao, then everything will be transformed. So the rulers have a big influence in whether people are stupid or not. You know, this kind of thing. If the rulers harness the Tao, the whole world will be transformed.
Yeah, and one thing I was going to add there was, you were talking about the Galactic Confederation of Worlds. There is a program called the Envoy program that I know that I'm on it for sure, and some people are here as well. That basically, these are star seeds. These are souls that are not from Earth, who have come here on this special program and are kind of given like a hall pass almost to come and do major change. And there are about 200 million at this point, and about 20 million of those are actually envoys where they have a very specific mission, like I do, and like you do also, Moray. You've got a very specific mission. This is what we want to do. Chris Beskar and David Wilcock are also part of that. And again, the letting out of technologies comes out of the secret space program that these guys are already working with. But like you heard Chris say, now we've got a civilian program, and I was involved right from the very beginning of that civilian program to bring out all of this information with Chris and other people to sort of let the world know what's going on. And that's part of my mission, but also subquantum kinetics. The Turing wave is kind of my specialty. And that Turing wave basically, it is created and then it disappears, and it's created again and disappears. And it's etherons from subquantum kinetics that create and make this all happen. And I said to Chris Beskar once, I said, I think that an etheron, charge cluster, and ball lightning are all one and the same, but I kind of misspoke because I should have said an etheron, an electron, and ball lightning are all one and the same. Although ball lightning is still a charge cluster all spun up, just bigger. So, but they're all fractals of each other, but it starts with these tiny little etherons, and it takes about 100 billion of them, I think, average, to create this Turing wave, and then they disappear back into time space, and then they come back again and do it again, and so on.
Use the word Turing. Is that a person's name?
It's named after Alan Turing, the guy that built the first computers, but it is called the Turing wave in subquantum kinetics. And the book that,
why did Paul pick to name it after him?
He discovered reaction. Turing was investigating zygote, splitting of zygote, the embryonic development, and the splitting of cells in the development of a zygote in the embryo. And he came across reaction to fusion, the chemical reaction to fusion, like in organic chemistry, organic reaction to fusion. And that's what subquantum kinetics is based on. So,
right, it's one thing. I was friends with Paul. We were fellow speakers over the years.
Oh my God! I forgot to ask you that. Very cool.
Yeah. Now Paul says, "Why didn't you jump on my theory and everything else?" The real answer is I don't know which is, and I'm flooded with theories of everything. I have lots of helpers out there. I says, "Oh my gosh, I don't know how to pick them," and I know the experiment's the important point. So I just say it exists. This, and it keeps recurring from other people inventing new theories of everything, and they don't know about the others.
It's just there are many. I think there's many different theories. They're just looking at the universe from a different angle. There's lots of different models. Yeah. No one has the complete model. Subquantum kinetics can do a certain amount. Other electric universe or Nassim Haramein is looking at it. They're looking at the universe from a different angle, and they're seeing different aspects. You know.
Yeah, right. Let me add something. I see a pattern on the Etheron. I'm looking what is before the electron positron pair comes into manifestation as a group. You're in a highly polarized situation just before it splits. So one side's going to become the positron, the other side's going to become
subquantum kinetics isn't really like that, actually.
But others are. I just want to mention this because Hudson had a theory like this, and it keeps recurring. So that's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, because it does swing back and forth. Yeah,
right. I come apart, come together, come apart. Well, just before it comes apart, you're now you could model it. Oh, it's a particle just about to manifest as a pair, electron-positron pair. But so it's a polarized particle, and the etheron is clearly a polarization of the vacuum, which Korea had as well. A polarizable vacuum, which in classical science, we have it as epsilon is the permittivity of free space. So it's polarizable.
Yep,
so I was just adding this little thing. The reason I'm adding it, etheron, is because it just happened again at the latest Tesla conference that Dr. Yu had vision of this, a polarized particle. So he named it the Huon. And I laughed. Yeah. So what synchronicity? This unifying particle happens to match your name that you thought of. So, but the Etheron is a good name for this polarizable entity. And since the foundation of Dirac's theory in the 30s, Freud begat electrodynamics was, electron positron C, right? He had that because it keeps this keeps coming up. So, and then later on you get into Wheeler's theory. It's something at a smaller scale, and the flux from higher space and all that. Well, that was the original model that seemed to work pretty well. And so the different people that
that
come
rose up a little bit there.
Subsequent models, how it separates into electron positive. Oh, now you're a fundamental particle. That sounds just like latest one was the Euon. The Etheron is a great name because ether was the substrate, a polarizable ether, which was Paulo Correa's theory. And he was kind of based on studying Wilhelm Reich, right? And the orgone and all that. So but Paulo was inspired by that. And he was he went reclusive because he's kind of miffed over the rejection by standard science who wouldn't pay attention to him. And I'm going, just read Thomas Kuhn, right? Thomas Kuhn, get a thick skin. They go, of course they're going to reject it. It's out of paradigm. So don't get depressed over it. It's SOP, right? And SOP for humanity. Okay, so
we actually have a letter that was written by Richard Feynman to Ken Shoulders. Have you ever seen that letter?
Oh.
Why don't we bring it up and read it? Because when I asked Chris Beskar about it in an interview, he just said that's the smoking gun. So, do you think you can find it?
Bring it up.
Yeah, I can send. I can. Let me just go on. You got it there.
Yeah. Also send it if you have it.
I'll check it out. I'll check out on my Facebook.
Yeah. I can actually. I have it right behind me. I can get it and I can read it to you guys.
So the point is, Feynman's instincts were phenomenal, and yet he did not grasp that, the Coulomb charge was not the controlling factor in an EDO.
Yep.
That it was a stable, non-dissipative charge cluster.
This is from the California Institute of Technology, January 31st of 1986, to Dr. K.R. Shoulders, Institute of Advanced Studies in Austin, Texas. Dear Dr. Shoulder, when you were in my office, I could not see how 10 to the 11th, actually, this is hard to read, 10 to the 19 or 10 to the 11th electrons could be kept as a ball in a vacuum without ions. So I was skeptical and didn't let you talk about them. I must apologize, for it has come to my attention that it is indeed possible in a uniform magnetic field, a group of electrons rotating at the Lamar precession frequency, and there's a little bit of formula there, feel from the point of view of an observer rotating with them, a force towards the axis which would in size be equal to the centrifugal force expected from this rotation, but directed inwards. Then an electric quadrupole could be used to hold them by repulsion along the axis. As long as the forces away from the axis generated by the quadrupole do not exceed the previously noted confining force for the magnetic field. By adjustment of the size of the quadrupole field, the forces of confinement could be equal in all directions, just as if there were a density of ions in a vacuum and rotating spheres of charge is possible. The size seems to be governed by the electric field available without breakdown, but it looks like a reasonable possibility is 2 times 10 to the 11th electrons in a magnetic field of several hundred Gauss. Now that I understand how it might work, I should be glad to discuss it again anytime you wish. My information was from the physicist Curtis Michael, who told me that ions were confined this way at the Bureau of Standards. Ions are easier. The electric field needed is less, and B can be raised to, say 15,000 Gauss. Some work of this kind was started 10 years ago at the UCSD by Professor M. I forgot the full name, but
I do an email of it, by the way.
Yeah. But at the first phenomenon seen, were not understood. I again apologize for my skepticism, which prevented me from hearing about something very interesting in Richard Feynman. So that's like Chris Beskar said, that's kind of like the smoking gun that Ken Shoulders was on the right track. And
what was the date?
Say that is Stavati is using all of Ken Shoulders'
January 1986. I think he died.
That's quite...
I think Feynman died in 1989.
Yeah, it was January
1990. I don't know when
February 31st of 1986.
Wow, that was way early on.
He passed away. And gone. Sorry.
Yep. So there's the smoking gun, and again we have Chris Beskar, who is in a business relationship with Ken Shoulders, saying that we're using all of Ken's work to do all this stuff at Area 51 and in the classified world, but now we're going to build hover cars using this technology and bringing it out in 2032 and bringing the compact fusion reactor out in 2030, more or less. That's what I know, basically, from Stavati. Yeah.
So that's the, I would say, the advanced gifted stuff that comes from Topside.
Absolutely, it does. And so I think that I've said this before. I think that a lot of the people in this group are actually starseeds and envoys with a purpose, a very purposeful thing in mind. Carmen has a mission. I've got a mission. You've got a mission. We're all kind of joining, but you're right. It needs a team to make this happen.
I'd like to just share a little excerpt out of a letter that was published in the New Energy News in 1998. Okay, so this is a letter from John Hutchison to his, peers and to all interested parties that was published publicly. I don't know if you'll remember this, but there's a smoking gun of a paragraph here. I'm just going to read. So I could read the whole thing, but I'll just go straight to this.
Yeah.
And then I'll screenshot this and share it with the group.
Beautiful.
In its entirety. I proceeded to get small results with an electrostatic bubble, 21 to 26 centimeters, and bands of RF of 455 kilohertz broadband and pulsing DC, 20 kilovolts arranged in a geometric configuration. RF bands used sweep generators linked to RF simplifiers, small Tesla coil systems also used to produce offset waves. Complex wave formed dual tone generator outputs using external modulation of signal generators, a complex array. Yet these signals can be put on a 42 input tape recorder taken into DC amps to the RF generators, plus DC, I think he meant pulse DC, 20 kilovolt put into a plasma state with a tube modulator. The above information provided in full could fill a large book. So that's really a little bit of the key of how he was able to do it.
And that's John. Carmen knows John, and I met him, and we're going to we actually tried to get him in the meeting last week, and his technology doesn't work. But we are going to get him in here.
And this is an article that was printed in 2014 by Istvan Kosis, and it's ball lightning in Tesla's lab, and it gives various references to. It's a great article. I'm also going to include this that I'll share with the group. I'll just make some screenshots and share it since I don't have it in a digital format. It was just kind of screaming at me from my desk here. Sometimes that happens. So I was like, not sorry to be rude, but it's like, why is this paper jumping out at me? And this one too. So I just felt like my gut wanted to share that with the group today.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Is John still doing successful experiments today?
Yes, kind of. I've seen he's not sharing them, but I think he's still tinkering.
He hasn't been provoked too much yet to do that, although I do believe Bob has been trying to prod him in that direction.
Maybe we can
Now,
do some of the same
now
too,
wasn't
actually.
he approached by the powers that be to saying
Well, I
quiet
can,
down
Number
on
of
this
planets.
technology?
I
It's a
can,
question.
yeah,
I
I
think
can
he
talk about
was for a
that.
while,
I
and
can
then
talk
he
about
doesn't
that.
care anymore. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Ed.
yeah, he doesn't really, it doesn't matter to him anymore. And that's why he put me in contact with Peter, who is the director of advanced technologies at the Pentagon, right? Um, Normally, I don't think he would have done that. So yeah, I think he's still tinkering. I've seen some stuff where there was a lot of electronics, like almost as much as he had in his apartment in New Westminster. In this shot that I saw, and I saw him working on some stuff, and he's a tube guy. So once I get him on Skype, I'm going to be able to talk to him directly and try and get him in here. But he was brought in, like I was saying before, Ronald Reagan brought him into the Star Wars thing with SDI, and he did work for DARPA for a very long time. That's when he wasn't, he was talking about stuff, but he wasn't really. He wasn't sharing all the full details. But now I think he's very open to sharing everything. And he really loved this group. He loves, chatting with me and whatnot. So we're gonna prod him and poke him and maybe even go down there and visit him. Actually, I'd like to do that, as a matter of
Yeah,
fact.
by the way, the Star Wars initiative by Reagan, that's kind of when the public literature on plasmoid studies. Bostic was very open. It was in the
Yep.
plasma journals and things like that. So I remember the Scientific American 57, where we introduced it in a layman's
Wow.
terms
Yep.
in the article. And then there was plasma research, and plasmoid research was in the
Yep.
standard plasma journal type thing, the open journals we could just read about in the libraries. And then I think about the time they started the Star Wars initiative under Reagan, that's when all those articles ceased to be published in public domain, and pretty well the
Absolutely.
whole study went plasmoids. I go, oh yeah, I could see why. The plasmoids are your photon torpedoes. Any Star Trek
Yeah,
fan knows that, right?
it's the smoking gun kind of too. Like it's the, again, going back to the clutch that engages the ether, which is, this is everything that we're talking about, right? Yeah.
And they early on they had, the early 50s when they said they get to review all submitted patents and classify them if they want to. And their concern was making nuclear bombs, of course.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to give that away. And so
Yeah.
therefore that's how that act got passed and enforced. And then it quickly generalized, if really all these technologies are real and everything we say is real about the immaturity of humanity, it makes a lot of sense
Yeah.
not to be just disclosing it. Hey, everybody, do this, and therefore it kind of comes full circle. And by the way, on the consciousness transformation, I had the thought. You mean to achieve the goal of delivering, new energy to the human race, I have to solve the consciousness problem of the entire human race? And I got the answer. It flashed to me right away.
Yeah.
Transform yourself, the rest will follow.
Yeah, exactly. And those little etherons, in Paul's actual description of them, he considers them conscious entities.
Yeah, that
So
was like Shoulders would suspect that. I think these EVs are conscious entities.
they
So
are.
is
Shoulders had this
water.
fantasy.
So is
Yeah.
water. Every
Exactly.
cell out there is conscious. We're all connected. I hear
We're made
different
of charge
people.
clusters too, right?
Paul Stamets talk about our how mushrooms and the mycelium is all interconnected. That the trees can tell when the dolphins cry. They can tell become so in tune and they're
Yeah,
so interconnected that we have become so disconnected. We don't realize we're part of that network, that we
that's right.
are the breath of that network. It's keeping us all alive. So when we
Exactly.
start to really understand the relationship that nature has with itself, and we realize that we are part of that and not separate from that, I think that's when a lot of this will be able
Gel.
to gel. Yes.
Yeah.
Be able to
And
take hold.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's a great point.
But I
Um,
fully agree with the fact of that the telepathy tapes are going to open up a lot of people's consciousness to understand. Wow, do you know how many people I have shared that recently with Moray, the same as you, because I feel like that's a valuable tool to help people integrate this knowledge and to open their minds and
Yeah,
allow the children to lead the way to the hill for all
that's
of
right.
us.
That's right.
Because they all
Yeah,
go on this virtual hill and they all speak to each other and they don't require this meat
They're not
sack.
they're not interlocked and
yeah,
connected.
isn't it ironic? I thought the most damaged, right? They would damage their brains with the severe
Correct.
inflammation, and yet a completely brilliant person is trapped in there. All of a
Yes.
sudden, they're opening up as soon as they can communicate with the spelling boards.
Yes.
Wow, they're leading the way. Like it reminds me of Childhood's End, Arthur Clarke's
Oh,
book.
Mhm.
These
Well,
guys are actually becoming the leaders of transforming the consciousness of the whole human race because they got to develop it strongly. They had no choice if they wanted to
exactly.
communicate.
yeah,
The other channels were blocked by the brain damage, and now that channel opened up, which everybody has.
We're
everybody
also
has.
limited by this right here. We're limited by it. We all trip over our words. We're all trying
Yeah,
to spit it out faster than we can think it. So if we could all connect like that, like I swear the little 2-year-old boy that lives next door, him and I have that connection too. I told his mom the other day, we communicate.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
just like with
Just
animals
like
too,
with
right?
the tiny little, yes, and especially with my animals. Like
Yeah,
everyone says, like, what are you, Snow White? You come here, your horses just follow you into the back, and
they
the
do.
animal, the cat follows, the dog follows, the neighbor dog follows. It's kind of
Oh,
like that when you really are in touch, when you have when you can spread joy with your thoughts and with, your smile to someone else. It's just all breaking down the barriers that we've all learned to build up with each other and the disinformation we've had and the dumbing down of our
Yeah,
thinking.
yeah,
I think my dad was the first one to tell me, we've all devolved. We have not evolved.
that's right.
And of course, when I go
oh,
back
you
to
can't eat it
ancient
now until it's over.
Yeah,
yeah, if we go back to ancient technology and a little bit of the work of Chris Dunn and even Bob Greener, who's studying, really what it meant in the Great Pyramid and why we have that large edifice that's still there to remind us. The last of the seven wonders of the world is
yeah.
there to remind us that we can, you know, live
Anything is possible.
beyond 100 years. We can have all of these divine gifts that, where we've been robbed of, for lack of a better word. We've been
Yeah,
robbed of them, and we've also just not been able to expound upon them. That knowledge has been kept for a certain level of people, and now we're all starting to realize that
Yeah.
we are all godlike. We are all interconnected, and when we do
yeah,
change ourselves, we can transform others. And I,
yeah,
I just again have to bold and underline that the telepathy tapes are going to be um, something that is on the tip of everyone's tongue in the next coming months. This is
Mm.
something everyone should learn about. I share about it. My friends all ask me, "What was that you posted about that?" And it's just sorry, it's planting a seed, folks. When you're ready, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear and you'll click
yeah,
on that and then you'll get the download and you'll go, "Wow, if that can be true, that must mean so much more is possible."
yeah, definitely. And one thing we always have to remember that we're all fractals of source.
For
We
sure.
all come off source and we're all equal. And we all have incredible abilities like telepathy and some other things that are fully capable, but it's just that we'll get there. There's no question about it.
I
So
know, I know it's a little bit off topic, but for anybody here who wants to understand how their
with
thoughts
Stacy. Yeah,
um, can affect things, just do the experiments from Vita Austin about the water. So I encourage you to do her little workshop. It helps support her work, but it's a simple process that you could learn. I could tell you, but I wouldn't want to detract from her efforts. But really, just look up her work. It's a simple experiment. You basically just take a petri dish of water and you focus your intention on it, or you put a picture underneath it or on top of it, and allow it, an exposure of 10, 20, 30 seconds, and then go freeze that water yourself in her method. And you'll see right before your very eyes the exact same thing manifest in the water. She's done so many experiments of it. She calls them hydroglyphs, and you have to have over 200 replications of the exact same word with the exact, not the exact same, but with the same type of message in it. So if you said love, I'm going to use a simple explanation, a simple example. If you said love, it has to show a heart in the water. And then she'll say that hydroglyph, it speaks to love. And, there's others. I've done different words, little kids do it and they put their little T-Rex picture on it or an owl. And sure enough, it shows up in the water, in the frozen, picture that the water held. So when we start to realize that kind of experiments and people really go, wow, I've done it. I can see that my thoughts affected the water. Well, now we realize how much we affect somebody else. And when we realize we don't have to speak and we can think and be connected with people we are not in touch with daily, then we start to, these synapses will be created in so many of the networks that we require to have this quantum leap to be able to be virtuous enough to have free energy. That's how it will happen. And it hopefully will happen very quickly. Now,
you were talking about the water. I have these 4-gallon water jugs, the standard blue water jugs. And I even did it today, but I've done it with Lacey, who's in our group. I'm able to get the water
spinning.
Yeah.
With your mind.
Yeah.
Wow.
Even Lacey did it remotely with the water in my cabin. But I did it this morning, actually, when I was sitting on the, the jug is sitting across from me, and I looked at it and just got it spinning, right? And it really.
Well, we can do that with our minds, like with leaves and things. You've seen people do this with energy. This is just harnessing chi. This is the same,
Yeah, exactly.
It's all in the
feel
beliefs.
it, you can create it.
Lacey, what were you saying?
It's all in your beliefs. So anything, if you believe you can, you literally can. And
exactly.
I mean, the only limitations that we have are within our own mind. So to allow yourself to expand past the limitations of your own mind and, try something out and just believe it, even if you think it's kind of silly at first. So just like, okay, but what if it was real? Like, what if you could do this? That takes you so far. And that's what's going to take humanity far. And I think that when we as a society eliminate our love for power and replace it with the power of love, that is when humanity will be ready for technology. But that evolution is absolutely
I'm stealing
critical.
that line.
I know, that's beautiful.
That's a good one, Lacey.
Lacey,
that's a
amazing.
Good one.
And one of the things that Lacey was able to do was she was able to take light and move it. I don't know if you want to talk about that or not.
Yes. So I use the Vogel crystal too, which that also is probably very, very helpful in it. But I was basically in my apartment at the time and I had this really obnoxious wine cooler that I never used. And it had a blue light on it. So it made my entire apartment very like bright blue. And obviously I had my bedroom door like kind of shut, but it kind of had like, it was kind of open. So there's basically this kind of line of blue that was coming into my room. And so I was looking at the Vogel crystal and I saw on one of the facets was blue from the reflection. And I don't know what it was, but I just focused on it and I like moved it off of the facet like about an inch.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it was something that I like did it once. I could do it again, but I couldn't like move it as far. But it was very, very interesting. And I have had experiences of being able to remote view and to see multiple potentials in real time. And I think it's all something that source is telling me personally, you know, we have the capacity to do this.
Your gifts.
So it's just, yeah, again, like it's just expanding the mind and inviting that to come in. And that's all that's really needed. You don't have to force anything. You don't have to do anything for it. You just have to allow it to come through when it needs to come through.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Yeah. So amazing. And she's got other talents too that she might talk about at some point as well.
I can wiggle my ears.
There you go.
That's one of them.
So cool. Well, Moray, it'd be awesome to have you back here again if you have time sometime, because we're getting on to quite a few hours now.
And we can read out of your next book.
Yeah, exactly.
That was my first book.
Oh,
yeah, that's
right.
Correct.
Sorry, my apologies. Yes.
That's right. Yeah, that's the book that I don't have, actually. I need to get that one.
So the last one, the water book, the goal there is for the simplest demonstration. That's
Cool.
the one where it's not really water. It's where we're making the EVOs in an event in the combustion chamber of the water that has anomalous force, much like the PAP engine. But it's done with plasmoids from actually from the charge microscopic bubbles, charged bubbles that come off. That's the theme of the book. But I didn't discover that the nanobubbles explanation until the next to the last chapter. So the last two chapters of the book are the most significant.
Oh, wow.
So it was 10 years in the making where I knew right away from the Brown's gas characteristics, the torch itself, there were EVOs in the torch. I knew that immediately when I started the research. And they also have anomalous propulsion they can put on the piston, which would explain the obvious observation that people make when you spray water mist into internal combustion engine, manifests more force. But unfortunately, the mist craters up the piston in the chamber. Craters from EV strikes. I all fit together.
Exactly.
Just like thunderstorm generator.
Exactly.
Exactly. In fact, that's what I called it. The thunderclap is what manifested all the time. The charged fog could be those particles. And we discovered them off electrolyzers because in an electrolyzer, the plates, the gas starts to form nanobubbles and it grows to micro bubbles and bursts open. And the electrolyzers that were successful had a means of scraping those bubbles off early while they were still in a nano form, very small. So well under a micron is the nanoscale. And so the explanation, it was not believed they could exist by the water community. They thought that type of bubble was impossible until the Japanese did it by experiment where they could generate them and track individual bubbles under a microscope with laser backscatter. And then finally, the scientific community accepted their existence in 2010. So it's pretty late for us to discover this new thing about water. And the Japanese explained it. He said the reason it was objected to is that weak hydrogen bonding, like surface tension on water, it cannot hold together a membrane under tight curvature. It would just break it's not strong enough. It would just break it. And that was the only model that the water community in the West had to explain it. And the Japanese explained it by a whole different mechanism. He says what's happening is inside that bubble is forming around a net charge. We trapped a net charge in it, and water being a polar molecule would on the membrane would rotate towards that net internal charge in a symmetric fashion, interlocking the membrane. It's a type of water cluster, as it turns out. And then we're going to convert that. Now it's very strong. Now it's the key thing, and it's symmetrical. And so when we get that into a combustion chamber, right, and surround that by plasma, it then pinches into the vortex ring form from the plasma constriction from the event. And now immediately goes right into the charge cluster form, the vortex ring form. And now we have our charge cluster, which now has anomalous propulsion and helps move the piston. So we have the explanation for both Ryusha Amasa's work and anyone that once introduced even charged fog. That's the last experiment by Ken Walt Jenkins. So that was the
Okay.
finale of the book. His encountering him and his experiment caused me to publish the book, because I have 10 years of presentations that I gave from starting from learning about it in 2006 to convince me there's something extra going on in these electrolyzers. Prior to that,
Yeah.
I said, why are you presenting a standard technology to a COOC conference, right? On that 0 point energy. I said, how dare you present something standard, right? I felt like Greta, right? How dare you?
What is the book called, Moray? What is your book called?
Water, the Key to New Energy. By the way, you can get my 4 books. Just Google my name in books, right? Google my name, and my 4 books are listed. And that was the last book. The quest was the easiest experiment that was obviously safe. So I'm not building up too much with the resonance system, just letting it grow. Right? We harvest 1 pulse at a time. Right? Anomalous motion of piston. It's sufficient. It's easy enough for hobbyists to play with. And therefore it was a safe experiment to present to everybody. And then and then the only reason people don't do it, they don't believe it.
Yeah.
Right. That's the primary reason. Is right. When we talked about suppression, number 1 was belief.
Yeah.
99% belief. I won't try it. Can't be true. It's out of the paradigm. 99%. And I'll smear anybody, ridicule anybody who tries. Right.
And I'm really glad that you brought up safety, because Chris Beskar personally told me that he thought that Ken Shoulders' cancer was caused by charge cluster research.
It could be.
One of the reasons why we're doing my project, my humanitarian project, we're going to have an EVO laboratory where I've got actually a person that's going to run the laboratory. And I have a question for you. I've got pictures of charge clusters from Ken Shoulders. You've probably seen those, I'm sure, right? Pictures of charge clusters and
he
rings.
shared his book with me, EV, The Tale of Discovery. Lots of pictures there.
I don't know if those ones are in there. I got these ones from Chris Beskar. And the other thing that I was going to say is, she's not in the group today, but someone that's in our group is actually taken pictures herself of charge clusters, but within the human body. And she's the person that's going to run the EVO laboratory, actually. She's a research scientist.
What's her name?
I don't want to put her name out. She doesn't want. Yeah. She's very well known, but also doesn't want to be connected to.
Has she met me?
No, she hasn't met you. She would have if she would have been in here today. But you know what? Next time you come back, I'm going to try and make sure that she's here. Yeah,
and I still do a day job, so I'm really constrained with my time on when I can meet. Typically the weekends.
Okay.
I can arrange to meet.
Yeah, like this, because we do this every Sunday, basically.
Every Sunday?
Yeah,
I don't know if I
this
can
is show
go to
number
everyone.
36, actually, for Ken Shoulders.
Wow.
Yeah, so not all of us show up.
Talk about other things. We talk about consciousness, and I mean, so we got a whole range of subjects. But
I should invite my daughter. She loves the consciousness discussion.
Well,
we're on the same page with that, right?
Perfect. Well, Brendan has the email list. He can add you and her.
Yeah, you can come whenever
you like.
Just come when you like. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how it is. Whoever.
We all just stop in for coffee on Sunday.
Yeah.
We don't normally talk quite this long, but this is spectacular.
We sometimes go like 2 hours or something.
Yeah, usually
we don't go 4 hours like this. We usually sometimes 3, but usually about 2 or something.
So I guess I'm more involved if we're talking technology than I'm up at the consciousness is where the solution is. I realize that.
Correct.
And then my daughter's really into that. So her name's Davia. So
we would love to have her.
Yeah, really would love to meet her too.
She's an artist, but she's way forward. You can Google her name too. We're both page oneers. That I said so honored. Page oneers. You Google the name and you get all 10 hits. That was the bragging rights. So I have competition with the name Moray coming from out of Scotland, because there's a king, right? There's a region. It's named from Scotland. In fact, Henry Moray, their family was out of Scotland.
Oh, okay.
So the Moray eel was in the forge of that area. So the name Moray was a person's name originally and a region of Scotland later. And so I learned that from Henry Moray's son, John Moray. right? The
That's
history
cool.
of his name. And so,
Wow. Very
so,
cool.
but he confronted my mother and said, "How did you come to name him Moray?" So the only time my parents ever heard me speak, and John Moray was an invited speaker at a conference in 1978 back in Philadelphia,
Wow.
that we were all participating in, and that was the first time I got to meet John, myself, and things like that, and Tom Beard was speaking there, and
Oh,
Scott
cool.
Hill. It was really a fun conference in the 70s. And so I never thought to ask right how they get the name. It was huge synchronicity for me because I didn't know about the book, The Sea of Energy in Which Earth Flows by T. Henry Moray until 1976.
Oh, okay.
When I was invited to Chris Bird's house, who wrote The Secret Life of Plants, to study the work on T. Townsend Brown.
Yep.
He had files and files on that, and he's the one that
Wow.
gifted me the book. And
That's
I was
cool.
shocked when I saw the name, right?
Yeah.
Now you got my attention, right? That type of thing.
Exactly.
And so there was lots of synchronicity back for me in the 70s where boy, I'm supposed to do this. The vortex ring image over and over again, like Foster Gamble talks about in Thrive, right?
Yep.
I had donuts on the brain.
That is
Just
so cool because
like
you were
everybody
right.
else.
You were right. You're absolutely right. And the way that it twists up and twists on itself is what Bob Greenyer's doing essentially, right? Showing
Yeah,
these
they got
structures.
right. And those are the Russians evolving that model. So it's
Mhm.
way
Yep.
they're going because they
Absolutely.
have fractal torus forms all the way down, right? It's like turtles all the way down. It keeps it's a repeating archetype.
Yeah.
That,
And it
that
comes down to the magnetic monopole at the end is what Bob Greenyer's talking about, and also what Chris Beskar and Ken Shoulders brought to the table. And we can't share it now, but maybe next time you're here, we'll go through some of the slides from Stavati Aerospace and show you sort of what they've come up with and what they've given me to kind of share with the public, essentially.
and it could be more advanced. At this point, we're if we're getting technology topside, we're going to get theory going along with it. So you could easily get into way more advanced ideas. Ken early on, or even well, I didn't meet him till I think the 90s, right? So he early on he was reluctant to make a theory. He says, I'm just looking at the empirical evidence because I really don't know. And
Yeah.
likewise, I am. As soon as I got into Wheeler's, that was my first encounter for zero point energy theories, the quantum foam and everything
Yep.
coming from Wheeler's work.
Yep.
It made sense, a hyperspatial flux and things like that. But how does it organize into electron positron pairs, right? And Ken had experiments that says, well, I can make EVs pairs, positive and negative pairs. And they always seem to exhibit the charge to mass ratio like the electron. They seem to want to form in that ratio.
Yeah.
He said that is the most fundamental of your discoveries, the positive EVs, because they are not made of positrons. When
That's right.
when they hit a target, they don't have the gamma radiation of a positron.
Yeah, they're a
Electron
cluster of
annihilation.
electrons.
It's these were positive,
Yeah.
and therefore they should have been a cluster of positrons. They had the same charge to mass ratio as the positrons, yet they were not manifesting a collection.
That's
So
correct.
that implies that the negative ones are not a collection either. You assembled right out of the vacuum itself a macroscopic charge formation, a large object that looks like a charge. And an electron positron they're relatively large objects compared to an individual vacuum fluctuation at the Planck length. It's
Yep.
20 orders of magnitude. That's 10 to the 20th power.
Yeah.
Bigger just to make the electron positron pair. So there's something very, very fundamental in the self-organization from this quantum foam chaos into this polarized form that's stable. And what you've been manifesting, you manifested it just at a larger scale, at the micron scale, manifesting the same type of pair production, same type of energy that's more fundamental. It's saying more about what is the nature of the fabric, this polarizable vacuum that wants to take these forms naturally in a self-organization event. And so we agreed these are not collections of charges. So the word charge cluster, and that's why Feynman correctly stumbled on it. He says, wait a minute, the Coulomb repulsion would just blow that thing apart. That's Coulomb force is so strong. Naturally, he had to reject it. It's so far out of the paradigm. Something else is going on. Right. And there's something else has to do with an extraordinary nature of what is the theory of everything for the vacuum energy itself, the ether, because it's not the simple hydrodynamic model that was done in the 1700s and 1800s. We're using fluid flow as their model for the ether. This is a virtual turbulent plasma manifesting self-organization.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Likewise, Bostick was observing it in high energy plasma experiments, where plasmoid pairs would naturally form if pulsed. If the event was pulsing into the plasma form, the big ones could form as pairs. So Bostick was on to the discovery something's going on that in the tiny scale is happening at the quantum foam substrate down at the Planck length. So and I said, whoa, that is overwhelmingly complex. And that's why Wheeler's theory wasn't popular. You can't do any calculations in that. How are you going to be dealing with the equivalent of Avogadro's numbers? Tiny, many holes, self-organizing, right? And it was the tendency to form filaments. The charge, when it moves, forms filaments in the magnetic field, makes it spiral, and then you have the vortex-free spirals, and plasma were naturally forming filaments. And that's why when they try to use hot fusion to prevent that, it says you're fighting the flow. That's the way nature wants to go. In that way, wants to go that direction. And so this is there's an underlying mechanism. And that's where that takes me right to where Bob Greener was. There's this underlying archetype mechanism, the vortex form. You get it to close on itself, but you have to make it all at once. To close on itself, you get the vortex ring, right? And that's what we've been discussing. And now that's a natural precessional form. You have a colloidal spin that closes into toroidal spin as it comes back around. So you're spinning a spin, which is precession. That's why gyroscopes don't like to be force precessed. Right?
Exactly. And some of those slides that I have from Stavati will actually show exactly what you're talking about, because there's hypertoroidal and then there's hypertoroidal where more is spinning around. And all of these slides come from the Russians. It's all Russian research that Chris Beskar gave to me and David Wilcock gave to me to share with the public, essentially.
And they're willing to follow the experiment. They did the Adamenko experiments in the mid 90s. They hit their targets. They have an open conference, ball lightning and transmutation, literally the title of it, and it's completely ignored in the West.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, it's ignored. So it can't be. It's out of paradigm. Therefore, it does not exist. So they all put their head in the sand. So I'm like, that's not scientific. I would criticize. The Russians are way ahead, and that's why their theories are way ahead. They say, we believe these experiments, therefore we're going to try to construct models based on this empirical evidence that we see. Instead of have whole new models of the nucleus, and those models allow transmutation events as it interacts with these entities. And then now they get, and then who's to say what is right? Therefore, I'm not willing to judge or capable of. Say, which of all the theories of everything can I pick? I say likely none of them, because
I actually could say this, that subquantum kinetics is probably the closest theory. And part of the reason why I say this is end of March, beginning of April 1st, I actually gave my 80 pages of handwritten notes, which I'm going to give to you, to a lady named Elena Denon. And Elena Denon happens to be the emissary between the Galactic Confederation of Worlds and our military. And she's actually a friend of mine who wrote The Cedars and a number of other books as well, too. And I've had contact with her a whole bunch of times. You might want to write her name down. And so what I'm trying to say is the Galactic Confederation of Worlds, I gave it to the Galactic Confederation of Worlds, basically, and said, what do you think? And they came back and said, and this is a quote from Dr. Sala, the truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose. It will defend itself. That's what he sent me back. I've got an email that I can share with you on that. And the other thing is I actually had contact with Trump back in April of 2021 talking about subquantum mechanics, not Stavati at that point, but subquantum kinetics, free energy, all of this stuff that I was working with. And he came back and said that they had read everything. And I'll share that with you as well. So the reason I'm saying that is because Chris Beskar and David Wilcock both had a direct meeting with Trump, and all these charts that I have and all this information all come from these sources essentially, right? Yeah. So it's really been awesome to have you here today. It's amazing. So thank you very much for joining. And we'd love to have you come back another time, anytime, any Sunday, and your daughter especially. We'd love to have her part of the group. So Brendan will make that happen. And I will send you a whole bunch of really cool emails with the papers I talked about that I wrote, and a whole bunch of Stavati stuff that I've got. I'll share probably multiple emails with you in the next couple of days. So yeah, it's so wonderful.
It's like being at the conference. When I go to energy conferences, get all excited minutes and time goes like that. Then I go, and
yeah, exactly, because it's more than 4 hours.
Yeah, and it seemed like nothing, right?
Yeah,
like
for us too.
Disappeared on me.
It's 1:11 at my place more or less right now too, which is kind of a cool number.
Yes, it is.
It's almost as good as 11:11, which is my daughter's favorite time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 11:11. Yeah, exactly.
Then I get 4. Right?
Angel numbers.
9 p.m. where I am.
Yeah, that's why we do it in the morning, because Brendan is in London, and then we've got another guy in Brazil, and we've got people all over the place. Yeah.
Oh, fun. So,
yeah,
so
cool.
I'm more on the obviously on the technology focus on that.
I can help you with that. I'm a technologist.
She's more on the spiritual front, right? And I realize we meet.
Yeah, you have to, because they interconnect.
Of course, we can't have it. We cannot have it. I'm going, what's the point of building it if it's just going to be suppressed? Right?
Exactly.
So let's cut to the chase and solve the problem. I could see we can create a safe energy source, but I think there are powers that be do not want that for humanity. They wish to take over and do their control. So I think there's a battle between good.
Trump and
yeah, that's where this whole white hat thing comes in. And my project, my humanitarian project, has actually already been handed over to the White House. So they're actually in control of the project. I'm going to run it and do the research along with my team, but it's their project. They pay for it, they fund it, they pay me essentially, but it is the White House. So, and it is through Trump. So there is a grand sort of plan going on here. My father was part of NORAD too, so that's kind of my connection back to the military. But I did want to tell you before we leave that I learned all of my electronics, my high voltage vacuum tube electronics, not from my father, because he could have taught me. He was a radar guy, but we fought all the time. I couldn't learn from him. But I ended up with another guy that was in the Cuban Missile Crisis, but he was a Russian. So he was in the Russian equivalent of NORAD as a radar guy, and he came from Serbia. So the Russians never tell, or they always tell the truth. And he mentored me for about 20 years in not only how stuff works, but how to design it as well. So that's where I got all my background. And that's why I'm able to go through all of these propulsion things and these technologies that you're probably more interested in, Moray, at a very high level, essentially. Yeah.
Well, now I've been dragged kicking and screaming into the consciousness problem because I can't deliver my purpose without having that one solved.
Etherons.
And the other point of suppression, where you mentioned white hats and black hats, obviously this battle between good and evil and everything else. The black hats, you would say, do not want mankind to have this energy. They want to enslave mankind to be under them. And therefore, they could be the source of the suppression, which would be going the banner of economic suppression.
Totally, yeah.
Right. I could honor a white hat suppression. It would say it's too dangerous. That makes sense. Black hat suppression, which is more like business, or in this case, the business of ruling the world.
That's right.
And enslaving humanity under them, and they control all economic well-being for the human race, and therefore they will enslave the human race because you don't eat unless you obey them. So that's part of the battle. I've always had the fantasy, well, if we made the discovery, we would be like that Star Trek episode of First Contact. They say, hey, congratulations, you're in the club now because you made the discovery. And sorry, there are rules to the game, but no worries, you can join us, obey the rules, and we'll gift you a ton of stuff. Right. So
we're in a probationary period of exactly what you just said.
Yeah.
Exactly what you just said. And again, it's going to filter through Stavati and maybe some other places, but Stavati especially, because it's the largest aerospace company in the world.
It's like the upward cycle of the. I was talking about the Bronze Age, the upward cycle of the Bronze Age. When we get properly into the Bronze Age, it'll be like Star Trek. And Eddie was saying, like, that's like 20, could be 20 years, So we come out of the Dark Age, we come out of the Iron Age, around about 1700 to 1900. 1900, we got properly out of the Dark Age in 1900. It started the Bronze Age, or the drop, we use the electric age, the electrical energy age. And you've got the Silver Age, which is the mental age, and the Golden Age, which is the spiritual age.
And so that's hopefully where we are
even
now.
in the Dark Age, you can have bits of Golden Age, like the Buddha and the Christ figure and Mary Magdalene. But just like in the Bronze Age, you can have bits of Golden Age or bits of Dark Age, even in the Bronze Age. But on generally, it's the Bronze Age, the electric or energy age.
Yeah. And Moray, you mentioned Star Trek. This is Dr. Sala. He wrote a book, and Dr. Sala and Lena are good friends. It says Space Force, our Star Trek future. And Star Trek and Star Wars are actually based on real things.
Yeah,
we knew that.
Good fiction is to ready the idea in people's minds. And I love Sal's stuff. I think Exopolitics is the book I happened to read a while back. But this is all good news. So in a way, we're kind of riding the wave now. It's no point doing things. I picked the easy experiments. That's what the water book was about, because I knew they were safe. Garage guys could do, and all of a sudden you have a generator that looks like it's running on water. There's still engineering to do. I always felt, bring the engineers on board. If they believed it, they would readily contribute to the experiment. And I think everything would accelerate along. Yep. So we needed the easy generator experiments. So the water class experiments or look like the safe, easy ones to do. Yep. And then there'll be a lot of engineering to let's say stabilize them, make them last a long time. Because if your particles are too big, the craters are too big from the strikes, you'll erode away the metal. But if they're small enough, you can make them smaller. With upping the frequency of an ultrasonics to make the particles. This is the charged fog particles. Yep. Then you get more like a sandblasting, a smoothing effect on the piston. And now all of a sudden, and just work with generator experiments, one cylinder. It's easier there's a lot to learn by that as you get. Well, it's a generator, right? A little standard generator. It's all you want to do experiments, because in the early experiments, we're likely going to crater them, et cetera, because the particles are too big, et cetera. And so the engineering needs to be done. But first things first. First, prove you definitely have a new energy source. It's not going to, you don't use somebody else's, they're just doing a fraud. You're not going to defraud yourself. You have to do it too. To change the scientific paradigm, it must be a repeating experiment that others can do. Now, are we going to be allowed to do that? That's where the suppression comes in. Are we? If the suppression is from, we want to take over the world, we want to stop that discovery. That's a very understandable, but it's a selfish suppression. Obviously, it's evil trying to take over versus a good saying, we have a safe way to do it. The human race can do it this safe way, right? And it's really hard to do it the other way anyway. So, I mean, you have to be real advanced just to be able to do plasma experiments. So it's way beyond hobbyists.
But look at AI. Anyway, go on. With AI, you could solve quite a lot of big problems with.
I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry.
Yeah, we'll give AI their energy source they need to. They want to build all these nuclear reactors right now. We got to feed the AI energy, right? Just like science.
I was gonna talk about etherons a little bit because Solomon, who is in our other Saturday group with Subquantum Kinetics, is a chemist who's getting his PhD, and he says that these etherons are the chemical bond. And we're going to try and get him in the group here at some point to talk about that. But there's so much more to talk about, Moray. Yeah, we'd love to have you come back at some point.
Sure,
that'd be awesome. And thank you, Chip, too.
At some point, the mainstream is going to meet the alternatives. The mainstream is going to meet the alternatives, and they will unite.
Well, I think we're doing that now, kind of. There's a lot of, yeah.
Well, and I realize, okay, the suppression's the game, and now we've identified I had the black hat suppression, so it's bigger than just simple business making money.
Oh, definitely.
This is business to take over the world. So that's effectively the battle. Where if humanity is free from it with a simple generator via the water type experiments coming off, now they don't need for their energy source, they don't need the black hats to provide for them. Now they don't want that. So it's a little bigger than simple business. It's power. And so now that suppression coming from that group can be ruthless, right? It's the standard mafia tactics, things like that. So it's no point.
That's why the help of the extraterrestrials comes. The help of the extraterrestrials and the so-called white hats and the more advanced extraterrestrials, they're beyond. So the black hats only go up so far. The more advanced extraterrestrials are much higher up white hats. So they're looking at us and seeing how much of it we can do ourselves, but they will guide us. The more advanced extraterrestrials, which are now much more evolved, that go on.
They have the same battle, right? There are black hats at the higher level.
Yeah.
But they have black hats with advanced technology. They know it. You have white hats with that. And those black hats are likely ahead, like the Draconians or whatever. They're leading the black hats on the Earth right now. The takeover of the Earth.
Actually, they're gone. There are no malevolent extraterrestrials on the planet. They've been gone for a couple of years, and that was the Galactic Confederation of Worlds that did it. And that's Elena telling us, because she's the emissary again, right?
It's just remnants of the human deep state, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, what is left is all the remnants of the deep state. So we're starting to win the battle. We've actually already won the battle. It's just that it's not completely evident.
Just don't listen to the media too much, or if you
if you
listen to the media, read between the lines, don't believe what they say, then you'll be right.
And so the media is in control. The black hats are still in control of the media.
Exactly.
Like whoever's paying their commercials, big pharma, etc. And it's so the battle's on. And so I guess to play skillfully, if you're just going to get suppressed, right, then be careful. I would say if you do get approached, just back off.
So that's why the white hats have created these humanitarian projects like mine, which will be up and running at a certain point here, so that they can take this information and let it out. Because my thing is, I'm a machinist. I'm a master machinist, both CNC and conventional. I'm also a spray welder. I sprayed ceramics, and these machines are called DMG Moray. They're the most state-of-the-art 5-axis machining centers on the planet that also have laser. What they do is they melt the steel, and it's like a 3D printer essentially with the powder that they flow in there. Well, I approached them and I said, "Hey, can these spray ceramic?" And they said no. And I said, okay, what's it going to take to make this happen? Because I need to be able to do what I used to be able to do, but with these 3D printer machines. So we actually have developed that, and that's going to be part of my project.
Also, security fence a bit and guards, so we'll be protected.
Our project will actually have military police at the gate and at the entrance of our facility. I've already been told that. So it's happening. I don't know when it's going to happen exactly, but it's happening. I was
going to say something. My family, parents and brothers and sisters, they were skeptical of free energy like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Now they think it's real.
Well, it is
They're
real.
like they're more in the mainstream than me, and they think they listen to me, and they think yeah, he's onto something. He's real, and that's the mainstream.
Yeah,
So
Moray is the proof. Moray
think
is the proof. I
is
mean,
real.
these books that we've gone through and what Moray has written is epic. Like, you are like literally the master of all this, laying out the foundation for all of us to learn from, essentially, right?
And then my strength is I'm a software engineer, so I don't I don't do experiments. I connect dots. Right? Everything that I've come up with was pointing to somebody else who did it. I said, that's where I got the idea. Here's where I got this one here.
Yeah.
And nearly everything has been done by others. I just
But you brought it all together. You brought it all together and said, here it is. And like more than 25 years or 25 years ago, more or less, is that last one.
And I credit quantum electrodynamics. I found it in a textbook, right? Yeah. What's the critical particle? Was the heavy particle where the lines of quantum vacuum polarization converge. So they came up with it, and then the plasma ion acoustic modes was experiments. So everything was there already. It was just I connected the dots. I didn't do the experiments. I just said, well, there's your evidence. There's your evidence. And T. Henry Moray provided the primary hypothesis, right? Which is it's the ion oscillations in the tube. He kept stressing that.
Yeah,
it's the ion oscillation. And so I never let that hypothesis go.
And I think your greatest gift that you gave us, and we talked about it today, is fractal emissions.
Those experiments were done earlier. Preparata is the proper pronunciation. Somebody knows him and told me the proper pronunciation. Preparata. His kids. He's actually passed away, but his kids, it's Italian, so it's not prepare, it's prepare. And in any case, that was his kind of real. But that one at the moment is harvested by heat. But all the ideas, what I liked about it, you didn't let your EV go, you trapped it.
That's right.
EVs are last on a dielectric.
Yep.
So I'm looking for experiments. If we keep it around, we can keep using it because it's kind of like constantly tapping the energy. So the foundational ideas were already there, and I stick by my 1978 paper, which was the lead paper in the book. It's the one that kind of launched me, tapping the 0-point energy. That's the presentation I gave in Philadelphia when I met Moray and everything else. That was essentially the justification, my thesis proposal. Because I said to tie when the physicist said the vacuum energy is just random fluctuations, chaos. You can't self-organize. It's like trying to, and I said, law of entropy. And I said, if that's what it is, I agree. I said that you have me stumped. There's no mechanism to go from chaos to self-organization by thermodynamics. And then Prigogine wins the Nobel Prize right then, 1977. And I'm getting my PhD in systems engineering. So my thesis has to be at the systems engineering level. I said, that was the breakthrough. Prigogine's 1977 Nobel Prize in chemistry, of all things, but that's what it was. It was a systems theory to completely abstract any system that exhibits those characteristics, nonlinear, far from equilibrium, and having an energy flux through it. The Met Wheeler's theory of the vacuum energy coming from the orthogonal flux theory. Tom Bearden loved it. I loved it when I first encountered it. And then now we have the energy source. We have higher dimensions. Higher dimensions are a tough one to accept it by the engineers. They like our 3D is of space, one of time, and all relativistic effects. Oh well, that's just at the speed of light, so it doesn't apply. But as I learned in engineering, that's so. The standard magnetic field is a relativistic effect, even at very, very slow velocities, which astounded me to learn. I learned it sophomore year in undergraduate fields theory. I've been amazed ever since. A tiny, tiny drift velocity, which makes your standard magnetic field, that tiny, tiny velocity, indeed applied with the Lorentz transformation, explains the magnetic field, that the magnetic field is the relativistic contraction of this electric field, and the math is like perfect. This is the simple, straight up math from and Einstein in special relativity in 1905. Essentially, why was it accepted? It was an absurd idea that space could be rubbery, right? Space could bend, and then time is relative, that it's not a uniform place. Why would the scientific community give that up? Common sense, classical physics, for a rubbery space-time. What was so compelling about special relativity? And the answer is it's unification of the electric field with the magnetic field.
Yeah,
that perfect calculation was astounding. And I'm still, even today, you can Google or YouTube, they go through the calculation. I must have gone through it 6 times out of my textbook in fields theory sophomore year. That this relativistic effect happens at an extremely low velocity. And what shook me up was how slow is the drift velocity in a wire at normal room temperatures, everyday household currents.
Yeah.
How slow is the drift velocity?
I know exactly what you're talking about, actually.
Right. And the answer was astounding. It was 6 feet per hour. It was equivalent to that.
Because it moves, the whole thing moves together. So the drift velocity may be slow, but it's moving up that, so the whole thing moves. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, it's just the drift velocity of the electrons through the wire, and it's so slow. And at that tiny little velocity in the math of the Lorentz equations, v squared over c squared, 1 minus the square root of that, despite that slow velocity, ends up explaining the magnetic field. The magnetic field of standard conduction of an electron motion. The reason it's slow is because it's constantly colliding.
That's right.
With the lattice, which creates resistance and heat. Right. That's standard. That standard thing. And that calculation was like perfect and was so compelling. And a couple of years ago, I let that be the introduction to my talk at the Tesla conference, because even now it's mind-boggling as I think about it. And what they explain is that the electric field itself is so powerful relative to the magnetic field that it's producing. It is so dominant, but it's completely balanced in the lattice of a conductor and a copper wire. You have the same number of electrons as atoms or proton or nuclei, right? And so it's completely balanced. It's neutral electrically, and all we see is the residual, which is the little bit of magnetic field that's around the wire as it conducts. And that's our everyday magnetic field. And yet we say, we make powerful magnetic fields. And imagine how the ratio, way orders of magnitude more powerful electric field, which is effectively neutral. It's really hard to get a net electric field. They do it in the frictional rubbing, get some electrons off and separate them, like the Wimshurst machines, etc. You get that off. And so this is just standard, pretty well standard, you could say classical electromagnetism with adding special relativity, which created this unification. That was so perfect that the scientific community shifted on that paradigm shift of that being and they wanted to discard the ether because it made the calculations so much easier. Because there was arguments for the ether. Well, what if the ether's dragged and it looks like we're not moving, which would be a typical liquid theory, right? When you move through a static ether, you're dragging boundary conditions. It'll be dragged with the body. And with the body. And so at sea level, you would get the Michelson-Morley, I don't see any ether drift, right? And Dayton Miller was the president of the American Physical Society, liked the ether theory, he kept doing the experiments. And he conducted experiments with Michelson, made an interferometer 10 times bigger. And at the ground level, they saw about the same thing the original Michelson-Morley experiment saw, but when they brought the equipment up to Mount Wilson, at the top of Mount Wilson, they saw the fringe movements. They saw the interferometer measurements showing that the boundary dragging model would be the explanation. The ether gets dragged along with the Earth, so that's why at ground level it seems like there's no ether wind. And then up at top of Mount Wilson. So that was a famous experiment. And Einstein didn't really like it, but he was the president of the American Physical Society, right? The president of the society.
Yes.
I think Foundations of Physics is where he published. I think he was the editor of that journal. And so he's kind of a real thorn in Einstein's side because he's saying, see, we're starting to see the ether drift type of experiments. The ether wind is detected now, and way more thorough, but it fell by the wayside because the ether became so complex. So there was only a 25-year gap in the history of science where the ether was believed to not exist. 1905, when special relativity came into play, it was way simpler if we could just ignore it, discard it. But by the time we hit 1930, when quantum mechanics gets discovered and quantum electrodynamics becomes accepted, that's where it comes right back in as the quantum foam, the vacuum fluctuations, all the various vocabulary. It's a better model for the ether than the original water or hydrodynamic model. This is a turbulent plasma model with a flux from higher dimensional space. And now we have to deal with, and engineers don't like higher dimensional space because, right, and here's the evidence that it truly is. And the orthogonal flux model for the 0-point energy, it's all to Wheeler. And I trace it back to his 1957 is where he first published the paper in Physical Review on the geometric dynamics model. And then in 62, he wrote the book, Geometric Dynamics.
I have a 1952 thing of what looks like a charge cluster from Wheeler that I've shared in the group here before, an image. Maybe next time we can share it.
Oh, yeah, I'd be interested, especially the John Wheeler coming up with that, because I think that didn't, well, it got famous in the late 50s with Bostick's work, but Bostick could easily have been working earlier on the plasma. It's just not published that. So
exactly.
So the point is, we have this history in science. The engineers, it's never taught to any undergraduate physics course, any science major, any major that's not physics, doesn't even know the 0-point energy exists.
Yeah, well,
so in a way, it's like, so 99% of the scientists don't even know it exists. And then if you get up into quantum electrodynamics where they know it exists, they don't want it. They try to renormalize it away. They allow a few terms in the Taylor series to exist to explain the small effects, and that's okay. But no large effects are accepted, even though, and that's why in the 0-point energy theories they have their various cutoffs that they put in, and they're allowed to publish these small little experiments like the Casimir effect and a variety of little tiny experiments for tiny amounts of energy, picowatts, microwatts, right? Small stuff is allowed.
Phelan was saying that a cup of water, a cup of vacuum the size of a cup has enough energy in it to evaporate the world's oceans. Do you remember?
He said, I remember Hal Puthoff saying, quoting that. And I joke with Al, you drastically underestimate the Einstein.
That's funny.
Moray, I had a question.
Yeah.
I was listening. I'm actually on 2 Zoom calls at the same time. I was trying to grasp the stability of an EVO. And yes, they don't typically last too long, but they reciprocate and end up recreating themselves. So the idea of a paralyzed electrical and magnetic field, E and B, is really why a toroid is so important in this whole concept. Because by definition, according to Grenier, you paralyze the E and B field.
Yeah.
Now, if that's the case, you create a monopole.
Yeah.
If in fact the Poynting vector is now 0, there's no loss of energy. There's no dissipation of the energy associated with the electron cluster, the EVOs. And so you can do this, and this flies in the face of classical physics, because I think, and I heard a guy talking about a quantum computer the other day saying you can never neutralize or cancel a magnetic field.
Yeah, which is not true. Yeah.
Which is not true. Absolutely. So the Meissner effect, the Meissner effect, that's exactly it. Superconductivity. You remove the B field. Now you only have the electrical field, which is monopole, which Ed's been harping on forever.
Yeah.
It's absolutely correct. And so it is stable.
Yeah.
You don't have the bleed off. the diffusion of the cluster associated, the energy associated with the cluster, when the E and B field are parallel and or the B field is completely set to zero through a superconducting effect. So that's how I'm thinking. That's why sacred geometries, in this case toroids, are so freaking important. And I think that's what the Russians were learning a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
But you know, that's what puzzled Feynman. He said, well, the Coulomb charge ought to just blow the whole thing apart. What the hell is it that makes it stable? And you're talking about electrons and positrons and the whole damn thing.
And
It's
what I
not,
know
it's not comprised of charges. Small
yes,
charges.
this
That's
is the
answer.
talk
It's
that
not-
goes
it's
to the very first principles of the universe. And this is what I like what Ed's got and Brennan's got with this group going, because we understand this clutch mechanism, which you were talking about earlier, that underlies every one of these ZPE devices that is never discussed in any of the 6,000 national security patents, never discussed by Sal Paez, never discussed by Chris Beskar. And why?
He can't.
Because it is the secret, the magic sauce.
Well, and
exactly.
we may not know is another answer, right?
And one of the things
discovering it.
Yeah, and one of the reasons why we're actually doing this group is we want to take subquantum kinetics, which I still feel is the best science that we have, and apply it back to all of what we're learning here, essentially. Everything, yeah. Because really, at the end of the day, it's magnetohydrodynamics and the Lorentz force that all life works on. Stars, planets, everything works on this principle of pulsing and drawing energy from the ether directly. Because MHD, magnetohydrodynamics, is a direct energy conversion from the ether. And oddly enough, and next time I'll show you, but oddly enough, in 1986 or 85, when I was taking engineering, I bought a big giant mechanical engineering Bible, and I opened it up and I highlighted magnetohydrodynamics, and then I forgot about it until a few years ago, and then found it again. So I was always on my radar, essentially, right? Yeah. So, and next time I will also share the room temperature superconductors that I've had for about 25 years, and I'll explain where they came from and who, where the technology came from, which was from NORAD, actually. So we can do that next time. Yeah, because we're getting on to quite a long time now.
Yeah, we're getting on to 5 hours here. So
yeah, gonna need
really. Oh my God.
Yeah, it'll be 20 minutes. 20 minutes. It'll be 5 hours. The time went by so amazingly fast.
Are we setting a record?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are for this kind of meeting.
Right.
I think in the other group, the Saturday group, once or twice, a couple of times we went for 5 hours.
But we don't record them, and we don't have people like Moray talking either, right? This is very special, and again, I want to thank you very much. And Chip,
thank you, Moray. It's really great, really amazing.
Thank you,
Moray. Well, it's my pleasure, of course, because I got to beat with like minds.
Well, you got to eat your lunch now. It's sitting on the table behind you. So
exactly, it's been sitting there for a long time.
You're making me hungry.
That's my daughter who made me breakfast.
Right? That's breakfast.
Is that the daughter that wants to come into the group?
Yeah, my only daughter.
Oh, perfect.
Well, it's not so much that she wants to come in; it's that I'm drafting her.
Yeah, there you go.
We elevated consciousness a long time ago in this group.
Yeah, so she really likes all the consciousness stuff because that's where the solution lies. Yeah. And she's not so big into the technology stuff. So like when she comes to the Tesla conference, she doesn't really attend the technology talks, right? Yeah. She'll politely attend mine. So what the hell are you talking about, Dad?
Well, we can change your mind. You can change your mind on that.
Yeah, we do a lot of consciousness stuff here.
Hey, look at me now. I got dragged kicking and screaming too.
You did, yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Moray, if you just remind her that the highest technology in the universe is consciousness, maybe we can turn her around.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, she's going to write the next book.
And
certainly.
Moray, I'm going to share with you something I got from Frank Chile that talks about how Solar Warden, which is our secret space program, is being built in the mountains behind Salt Lake City in Utah. And Frank is a personal friend. And I know, and I've had contact with 6 people that have had direct contact with William Tompkins, because it's all about William Tompkins. He designed all of everything. He also was part of NORAD. He designed Cheyenne Mountain. He designed the Goddard Flight Center in Houston, the Vertical Assembly Building. He was the section engineering chief of the command module of the Saturn V when they went to the moon. I don't know if you know much about him, but I've got all the information for you.
Right.
So I'll be sharing a whole bunch of cool stuff with you. And again, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, where are you located?
I'm in northern British Columbia, right at the very beginning of the Alaska Highway. Yeah. But our project is going to be, the humanitarian project is going to be in Nova Scotia, where this other member of my team resides. And then we've also got another project going in Germany, which is going to be another research facility that this physicist is going to run. And there's one more project that's connected to that, but I won't talk about it too much at this point. So, and these are all, White Hat funded, White Hat. It's through Connecting Consciousness and Simon Parks. He's the guy that runs it, but he doesn't make all the decisions. He just hands everything over to the White Hats, and then they decide on who's who. And we're just hoping to be one of the first because of what we're doing and what it is and who we know, right? People like you and Chris Beskar and all these other people, right? It's amazing.
Yeah. Soon we'll be able to meet on the hill and just conveying by telepathy.
Exactly that.
I agree.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
I agree.
then we'll have the images flow right into us, so we don't need any Zoom anymore.
I just got a rush of goosebumps from that comment. Yes, hear. Let's keep praying.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you very much, and I guess we'll maybe Brendan, maybe shut off the recording before we.
Say bye.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone, and have a wonderful rest of the day. Cheers. Goodbye.
Yes. Thank you.
And night.